All right, what's up, y'all? Welcome to AIMBOT. Sorry for the short delay between runs. We had some internet issues with getting the next runner up. So we have a different runner for this filling in. He was originally supposed to do commentary, but he has agreed to step up and showcase the run. So again, thank you, Sin, for so much for filling in for that. One quick announcement before we get going really fast. I forgot to write these down. 1 second. Game and volunteer submissions for Frost Fatales 2023 are open until November 26th. You can find information at gamesdonequick.com/framefatales or the GDQ Twitter to submit your games and volunteer applications. All right, so Metal Hellsinger is a game that came out pretty recently, like within the GDQ new games submission period. I'm stoked. I loved this game when I played through it, and I can't believe that people are speedrunning it on the Beast difficulty. So without further ado, we have Sin here to do a Metal Hellsinger 8 Hells, all forced encounters, beast mode run for you. Take it away.
Hello. Thank you. Happy to be on here, albeit the very short notice time switch.
And again, I really appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem. So this is Metal Hellsinger, like you said. It's a rhythm FPS shooter, and mainly just a lot of staying on beat and just killing things quickly. With all forced encounters mode, you have to clear every room individually. You can't like clip through walls and stuff and cheat your way through it. You have to go through each section individually and kill all the enemies. So it can be a bit time consuming.
Yeah, and I've seen a couple of the ones where you clip through walls. You skip most fights, which is why this is all forced encounters.
Yes. All right. So, in terms of when it starts, it will be when I click start on the first loadout inventory screen here. Or my mistake rather. It's going to be Gosh. Yes. Or sorry, after the loading screen, my mistake. So just to explain the run a little bit. So I'm going to be starting out with what is the Vulcan, which is like a long-range AoE weapon, which is good for just clearing out large group of enemies, and the Hellcrows, which is good for the boss fight and just doing rapid damage. Ghost rounds here is one of the sigils, which gives me the ability to shoot every time I switch weapons. I will get X8 free shots off, and then I'll be using Last Breath Aegis. I'm not actually sure how that's pronounced. And that will, when I get low health, it will allow me to do double damage, which is easy. It's good for the easier runs at the start, but later on, I'll be switching my strategy a bit because the levels do get a bit difficult, and it's sometimes better to go on the safer route than the riskier route. Anyways, let me go ahead and go into the loading screen here, and then we'll start on the button. All right.
All right, whenever you're ready.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
So, right off the bat, there's the beat meter you can see in the center of the screen, and it also obviously goes to the beat of the song. And it's going to be trying to dash on the beat as much as he can.
Oops.
As well as you're going to see the shooting and reloading is on the beat. This also has mechanics in it very similar to Gears of War. We'll see when he's reloading, there's the yellow marker. That's, I guess, active reload. Reload faster. And these enemies are pretty weak to start off, so there's just a lot of using the crossbow AoE to clear everything out. And also the combo meter at the top of the screen does affect how much damage you're doing. So he wants to try to stay at 16x for pretty much the whole time. And you'll see him whipping out the skull sometimes. That's just more to fire to the beat. Sorry, I love the music of this game so much. But the triple dash combo also helps you keep your multiplier on beat and keep it high.
Yeah, there is this handy button that allows you to switch between paths, which is the way last Ghost rounds works. You refresh your 8 free ammo every time you switch your weapons. So every time you see my weapon switch in and out, that's what I'm doing. It's just so I don't have to reload too much.
So do you have to play particularly safe against certain types of enemies, or is this beginning just kind of let them all rip?
Yeah, that's pretty much generally the gist of it. You know, hunt down the little remaining stragglers that decide to walk behind a wall or something. And management certainly is a big part of this early game. Here we see our first behemoth, which they're pretty easy to tackle, especially with Vulcan's ultimate, which just stuns weaker enemies in position. But we'll definitely be seeing a lot harder enemies come up in the future that take a bit of a beating. For now, most of it's just a bit cannon fodder.
So right here, he's dipped to low health. And obviously, what we said earlier, he's going to be doing extra damage with that. That's really good for a couple of these enemies. He's got to fire, 2 or 3 times to take out. Nice.
Well, conquering Vogue gave me
Nice, good.
knowledge of myself.
Yeah, the behemoths are kind of difficult to deal with because they can charge all over the arena sometimes.
Oh, yeah. I actually am noticing that the game is kind of quiet. Maybe I should just pause it here for a second just to turn up my end, or okay.
Yeah, we're fine. We can turn it up on our side. We are good.
Cool. Yeah.
Did you ever change weapons at any point through the run, or is it just focusing on these two for the biggest clear?
Vulcan is your main weapon for go-to. Later in the run, though, we will be switching the Hellcrows out with something they're called the Hellhounds, which are just better, or which have a better ultimate that will do overall damage.
So I'll mention this. The track does shift when you enter boss fights, which can throw off your tempo a little bit if you're used to whatever the main track of that level was. Bangs either way, though. This game's soundtrack is so good. Also, you'll notice as the multiplier is low, it's just the backing track, and then the vocals kick in when he hits 16x. But he's also doing slightly less damage now because he's not in 16. But there we go. And this is just a little bit of a wave between the boss fights, or between the when the boss is hittable. those little crystals that you see around the edge are explosives, but don't even need to use them because this boomerang weapon is so strong.
Yeah. Combined with that last breath Aegis with low health, it just immediately shredded.
Yep. That was the first hell. This next one is actually the one that was in the demo. So a lot of people know this song really well. I spent a lot of time playing the demo personally.
Oh yeah, no, me and Shadow certainly played a lot of the demo while we were waiting for the main game.
Yeah. There's also a few interesting skips that you can do in this level. I don't know if they're done in forced encounters, but you can just kind of run by a lot of enemies that they don't lock you into fighting. A lot of these arenas are about memorizing spawn patterns really effectively, because it's generally the same spawn pattern every single time. I think they differ slightly.
Yeah, I think they do try to make it so it won't crowd around the player. But for the most part, yeah, they're pretty much almost identical every time.
And people are mentioning about the music. This is all, they basically approached a bunch of very big metal singers and said, hey, do you want to do tracks for our game? And I genuinely think they're all really good, except for the final boss fight, personally. I cannot take the guy from System of a Down seriously. Yeah, so again, you'll see switching weapons constantly. It's to maintain the 8 free shots. And sometimes it's really difficult to count when you're going everywhere and shooting everything, to just maintain the count in your head.
They were ready for us. At least they tried to be. She saw something.
Nice.
Imagine it.
And maintaining 16x combo in those intermediate rooms is kind of difficult, especially if you come out of a previous room pretty low. And actually, you just picked one up. I was going to mention that. There are little tokens around that do give you increased combo. There are some that give the next level up of combo, and then there are some that give 16x. So if you're running low, that's really good.
Ooh, sorry about that.
This is beast mode, which is the most difficult difficulty. That's why there's a little bit of extra time added onto this one. So he's got to do a deathless too, which is, again, I'm very impressed by people who can play this difficulty. This game does have, I guess the best way to collaborate is Doom glory kills. So you'll see some enemies with the glowing yellow and the E on them. That means they're low enough to be instant killed, and they pop out health and such.
electricity.
Yeah, even having
Probably-
one enemy get up on you makes it
Yeah.
really difficult.
There are some enemies you'll notice sometimes I don't focus on, once again to get that last breath Aegis damage on, which is also another reason why I'm not going to be focusing too many slaughter kills early game, just to keep that damage up. But we definitely will be seeing a lot more of those later game.
And playing at this low health is obviously super, super dangerous. There's only a couple enemies with actual ranged attacks, so a lot of it is melee. But knowing where those enemies are and what they're shooting at is what really makes this... Dog is shaking on me. So it really makes this beast difficulty way harder. If you just step wrong, you're gonna catch a bullet to the face.
I didn't want you to do that much damage
They
to
were
me.
ready for us. At least they tried to be.
So these green guys that you see there, they teleport and do a slash, and for me personally, that makes them way more dangerous than the normal behemoths, because I just forget where they are. Nice.
Yeah, one particular annoying area of this map is for some reason enemies are just hard to find. Because there's like a little oops. Oh. Well, case in point. They could just
Yeah.
sort of crop up anywhere.
They really struggle with the stairs in this one specific area. That was something I noticed on playing. Yeah, so a lot of the difficulty of Beast is
There we
just
go.
playing survival.
Chaos ain't quiet.
Just
These in-between enemies are not required, but well, now he's in a arena. Yeah, you can just kind of zoom by them. This is actually one of the nicer arenas in the game, personally, because it really just funnels enemies down the two staircases. Yeah, there's that teleport attack. I'm trying not to distract you too much because this is so sick. If there's anything I'm missing, just let me know. Taking the last breath Aegis
There we
there. You'll
go.
see the damage like doubles that he does.
all right, first boss. This one, not the easiest boss in the world because oh wait, second boss, what am I talking about?
Yeah, I was about to say.
This arena is a bit tight, so it does make it a bit hard to maneuver.
Yeah.
Yeah, one reason I'm using the Hulk. Go ahead.
I was going to say, this boss has a lot of very big AoE attacks, just like that, that make it, again, really difficult to dodge in this arena. About half health, or third health, and then 2/3 health. The boss will spawn a couple waves of enemies. It's thankfully less than the one before, I think. The first one felt like it lasted a pretty long time.
You know, the thing that's plus about this is just that it's so open-ended, so you can basically just stand in one place and see everywhere.
Once again, just absolutely shredding with the Hellcrows. Ooh, nice. Good save.
Behold the face of infernal justice.
Yeah, glory killing, and I will admit I've forgotten what that mechanic is actually called, but glory killing those green behemoths is always felt way safer to me.
Slaughter.
Yeah.
I alone control infernal destiny.
Nice.
All right.
Yeah, that wave attack was always very difficult for me.
Yeah, you sort of just have, and she just almost keeps on doing it. You sort of just have to finish her off as quick as possible before she overwhelms you.
All right, on to the next.
All right, we'll go into Yelm here.
Someone said this game is the best sounding guns if you aren't looking for a realistic. I agree. I think the shotgun sounds in this game are perfect. Sound nothing like a real shotgun, but
No, the Persephone's shotgun is really satisfying to listen to.
yeah, I think that was
As well as go ahead.
I used it. I think the whole game just because of that.
As well the quick reload animation and sound effect.
Yeah. So this introduces a new enemy with a shield in front. Luckily, the AoE ability of the crossbow makes it less difficult to deal with, although it's still certainly very annoying. Yeah, the little guys are very easy to deal with. Just hit it in the feet, and then it all explodes. Nice. If you hit him directly in the shield, it unfortunately doesn't work. But Sin's doing a really, really good job of dodging all those bullets. The shield enemies have such an erratic shoot pattern. Like, if they chase you way more than the guys with just the normal blasters.
Eyeless wobbles out, puking acid, or worse.
Oh wait. Always forget that that's not a forced encounter.
Thankfully, these catacombs down here, the enemy spawn patterns are pretty easy and predictable. So when you're hunting down where enemies have spawned, there's also like not a lot of room for them to actually maneuver. So you can just kind of fire directly down the lane. Like it almost feels very similar to that double stairway one from the last Hell.
Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah, safety health is probably good there. Don't really need the Aegis or the last breath to deal with these guys.
Jeez Louise.
Oof. You got this, I believe.
There we go. I got this.
Play it super safe, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. In normal go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just saying normal difficulties they let you res, but not in Beast.
I still can't set foot in the church. Not because I'm not allowed, just because, well, I'm a...
Yeah, one of the other features of this game is that if you're dealt, actually I'll mention it in a moment when once I get done with this room.
Yeah, this is one of the more difficult rooms because they spawn a lot of the blaster enemies and they spawn a lot of the poison enemies, and there's a strange amount of verticality to this that isn't really present in a lot of other rooms. So, having to look for them up there and get them up there is a lot more difficult. But by the same token, if you can take the high ground like this, it makes it a lot easier to get them. Yeah, figuring out the exact angle to hit those shield guys from is so mean sometimes. Feels like they block like literally everything. These enemies are just hiding.
Yeah, they just don't want to play. Shield right behind me.
Nice.
Alright, you may. There we go.
I guess it's not quite a cathedral.
Oof.
More like a church.
That room is always pretty rough.
Nothing like an endless stair to really hammer home that hell has.
But as we're climbing the stairs here, like I was saying before, one of the features of this game is if you're on low health, but not like minimum health, and get hit by a really large attack that takes you to death, it'll put you on minimum health. So that's, basically deplete the health bar almost all the way, but you still have one more hit left.
Yeah, like last pixel or whatever. That's pretty nice.
Probably one of my favorite sections of one of my favorite songs in this game.
So notice he's trying to farm back to 16x as fast as possible, just to A, hear the music, and then B, do as much damage as possible.
Yes. Music comes first.
Exactly, yeah. Because 8x and 16x, I think you do the same amount of damage. But 16
I believe so, yeah.
The vocals. I do like so there's one nice thing is that after a while the enemies will get highlighted because the pathfinding on them is not exactly the greatest. I mean, they'll find their way to you eventually, but you also just don't want to get clipped out of nowhere by a blaster. Oof, good dodges.
Darn it.
Oh, I was gonna say, man, playing for that long on the
Yeah.
on Last Breath, that's
A bit risky.
Yeah.
Oh.
But hey, that's all right. That's beast difficulty is like this. So once again, we're dealing with the shield enemies in their introduction. Hitting AoEs behind them is obviously the best. If it hits their shield, it just cancels the damage altogether, even if it was like technically behind them. So nice up to 8x very fast. Dodgers decided to interact as well. Glory kills or slaughter kills are always, I think personally, more preferable on the shield guys, especially if they're the only one left, because it's just a guaranteed kill then. It showed up Last Breath, but sometimes it's price prey.
That tower in the distance. That's your shields.
We're just bypassing a bunch of enemies here because this is all forced encounters, not all encounters. So you don't have to do some of them. Alright. One more dangerous wave out of here. Nice. Avoided that guy really well.
only statues left standing.
All right, back to the odd vertical room. Yeah, a lot of the difficulty of this room is how quickly enemies can navigate the stairs. Just because their pathfinding is really weird, and having to go around to all the corners of the room to find them and kill them obviously wastes a bunch of time. It looks like they're being a lot nicer this time. One in the corner again. Alright, played that behemoth pretty safe, that was good. Nice.
I guess it's not quite a cathedral.
Right, back to where we were.
More like a church fort.
Yeah, it's about half health, should be fine.
Yeah, just stock up just in case.
Yeah.
Yeah, you fight a lot of enemies on the stairwell if you decide to fight them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I fought them because I was trying to keep my combo up. I think this is one of the longer hells as well.
That's what me and Shadow were thinking as well.
Yeah, because there's like, what, 4 encounters before the boss? Whereas in Stygia, it's like 3? 2? I think it's also because of how spread out a lot of these areas are. Just got to deal with a lot of pathfinding problems. Nice. Yeah, turning the corner to find something firing at you immediately is one of the the enemies have really strange auto targets in this game, where they'll fire at you like way before you can see them, and then you just wind up like running directly into it. Slaughter kill to keep health up against an enemy, against a behemoth up close and enemies from afar. That's a lot safer.
Oh, what? Okay, I've never seen that before. That's a new one.
Huh? Yeah, I've never seen that. That's weird. Spawn cap in the area. this.
Okay. We'll get one health crystal, I'm pretty sure.
Nice.
I'd be lying if I said I didn't want answers too. After that flash I saw. Was just hoping
So
I'd get 'em before
the end of the final boss at the end of all 8 hells is always the same type of enemy, but it has different attacks every single time. So like some of the attacks are, you know, roughly the same, but I thought this one was really interesting with the shield that it puts up.
Cannot defy me.
This one also waits for a surprisingly long time before spawning enemies for one of its invincibility phases.
Your song ends now.
Nice. And then it'll, I think it shifts to up top after this. And then starts spawning a bunch more enemies for up there.
I find the best defense is
Yeah, I always tried to save all the crystals up here to shoot it. Nice and easy.
Yeah, thankfully this boss is a bit easier than some of the other ones.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's I would assume it's really difficult to use the Hellcrows on that fight because of the constant shielding and such like that.
Yeah, the Hellcrows are definitely a bit different, or a bit more difficult to fight with that shield. It's just easier to use the Vulcan's AoE to shoot underneath their like rock barrier.
Yeah.
And here I'm switching to the Hellhounds and the Vulcan. A bit more of a safer loadout.
Yeah, so the Hellhound's ultimate attack, which is the yellow bar that's filling up above the weapons, he's just been using the Vulcans, you know, whatever. But the Hellhounds creates a shadow image of the Hellsinger, and it's basically just a turret. But it's very useful because it's like 1.5 times your DPS, basically, then, if you have it on an enemy, because it does about half your damage, but you can be shooting as well. Yeah, so past here, they really start ramping up all the enemy types, start combining everything that you've seen before.
Wonder how it would have went if Ritual had succeeded.
Once again, running past non-forced fights.
Arafat was working some darker magic.
And these are, I think...
Oh, what?
What?
Did
the game crash?
Yeah.
Ah, interesting.
A very effective strategy against me. Well then.
I was just about to mention the new enemy. Oh well. That's a new one. I don't think I've ever seen that happen.
All right. Thankfully, we weren't too far into the start of the level, so it didn't really take up too much time.
Going too fast, doing too
It's-
good.
Yeah, I guess so. The game's like trying to slow me down. Game's up on stream, yeah.
I believe.
Making sure.
Just need Richard to confirm. Yep, we're good.
Awesome.
Yeah, once again, they really just start throwing all the enemies that you hear.
Wonder
And
how
then,
it would win if
with the new
Rachel
one,
had
I think it's called the Archangel.
That is, or no, you might. I'm not
They
sure.
say all the names of these enemies, and I immediately forgot them and just renamed them in my head.
some darker
This is probably Arkham Man. I don't. It just said it right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably the one enemy I don't remember the name of myself.
But they're generally, I find, a lot easier than other enemies because they tend to remain a lot more stationary, and so it's just a lot easier to shoot them. Also, you'll notice he's playing kind of safe around a lot of these behemoths. The hitbox on their jumps and their slices is not quite accurate to what it seems like. So you'll notice whenever one jumps or slices, he'll play pretty far away from it. Give it a wide berth, even though it seems like it's nowhere you're hitting him. Yeah, the Archangels also summon little minion guys to come get you. But if you can take them out early, then makes it a lot easier, because then you don't have to deal with having a bunch of extra enemies just running directly at you.
Hell knew they had a problem. What with us being this far into their end zone. Down, 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 deeper into the mine.
Definitely a big strategy to just get directly to them and get on top of them as fast as possible.
Shame that whole army got turned to ash. Tangle with the bull, you're gonna get the horns.
Yeah, a lot of these rooms with the archangels or the shaman enemies or whatever you want to call them, the difficulty in them comes from the fact that like they're gonna spawn extra guys, but if you can get to them like really soon and kill them before they start spawning things, in this level specifically, the difficulty comes way down. And again, this is on beast mode, which is pretty significantly ups the damage. So any little thing that you can do to make it easier will help you clear these like much better.
Alright, where? Oh, there you are. Oh, let me hide it out.
I'd seen this before too. It's hard to remember.
Nice.
Kept thinking about that losing what we love thing. Now I'm sure you could guess who was at the top of that pyramid.
We're on to the fourth boss. Once again, another demon. And yeah, so here's why he brought the Persephones. They do really good long range damage, and having the free 8 shots when he swaps weapons, is why you'll see him switching so much, is a huge benefit to keeping these going. Once again, about a third of the health. Boss goes invincible, spawns some more enemies. There we go. Put down the turret, and it always auto-focuses on whatever, I guess whatever enemy is closest or whatever you're focusing on. And yeah, it's able to deal a lot of damage even when Sin is dashing around and dodging. So it also introduces environmental hazards, like the pillar that's spewing fire. That's repeated in a couple of the boss fights, although not as much as I originally would have thought when I first played the game.
As well, a funny thing about the Hellhounds versus the Vulcan does more damage to normal enemies compared to the Hellhound, but on the boss, it does the same amount.
Yeah, and then just having the turret of the Hellhounds is way better for boss DPS.
Oh, that was pointless.
So much difficulty in like constantly rotating your aim enough to dodge the boss and then also keep up with the mechanics that it's putting out. Really, really good fight, though.
I lost some time with going the menu by accident. Oh well. Alright, Ghana. The starting area is a little bit annoying because it gives you like a very tight area to work with, but then it throws you a behemoth and probably the harder enemy you also saw, which is a siege behemoth.
Crazy the judge would call on.
Yeah, it's going to mention that in this upcoming one.
Hells to marshal
Yeah.
and she turns to the
Once it spawns.
I played Doom a little bit before playing this, so I just thought of it as Baron from Hell. Or Baron of Hell.
Surprisingly enough, for as much as I love this game, that's a game I need to put on my... I need to play.
Yeah, this feels like the natural evolution of Doom, honestly.
I actually came at this game from BPM bullets per minute.
Yeah, another great game. We'll actually have a little showcase of that next. They're doing all of the character showcase that's not all of the one-hit death characters. So they thought it would be too random. So here's the siege behemoth. Got that AoE pulse, and then the AoE pulse that goes out on the beat. But again, it's just continuing the new enemies that do a lot of damage if you let them get around, if you let them do things. So.
demons and angels on the same side.
Oh, I didn't know that.
It was
Nice.
Yeah, that Archangel, or what you call it, sort of just blocks the doorway.
Slaughter killing those guys definitely way safer. And that again, that's a trend for all of the really dangerous enemies. Just because they have the possibility of getting off another attack.
Unknown leaves the angels and demons dead behind her.
Nice. Good room. So, if I remember correctly, because I think I only ever did it once, falling down the pit here doesn't kill you, it just takes off a portion of your health. Yeah. So there's not like that much danger with how the room is set up, but it's still not great. I mean, you lose some health. And, on a difficulty like Beast, where health is pretty much at a premium, you don't want to be doing that. Even if you can get some last breath usage out of it, it's probably not the safest thing to do. Yeah, it's a big thing is knowing where all of the health pickups are and which ones you have and haven't used. Again, taking out the enemies that spawn other enemies, because they're going to add a lot of difficulty if they're let to do whatever. But all he's got to deal with is these little guys chasing along the ground, which are pretty easy to take out with the Vulcan. And then they're actually stacked up. Nice.
Oh, that was a bad one.
Oh, okay, there you go.
Should be the last enemy. Oh, 2, 3.
No love lost between the angels and us, no sir.
Alright, this next room is probably one of my least favorite rooms in the whole game. As they spawn like a lot of like elite, or not necessarily elite enemies, but just a lot of like big enemies in tight corridors.
Yeah, remember what I said before for people about the behemoths attack hitboxes not exactly being the most accurate things in the world. Yeah, that really becomes a danger in rooms like these where the corners are so tight and Sin has basically like no room to move. Slaughter kills are definitely going to be the name of the game to play super safe. Just because, A, the health regen is huge. And B, it gives him temporary invulnerability against any other enemy trying to hit him.
Kill that shoe. Come on. Alright. Have it your way. Yeah.
Man.
Room is really difficult.
Yeah. Yeah, the blue archangels do a pretty massive AoE around them. And it's so difficult in there not to get just clipped. I do think it's pretty interesting that most of the time that they introduce a new enemy, it's in a non-forcing town. So you can just kind of run past it and then you deal with it later. Or you deal with more enemies later.
The music now.
Alright, I'll try that one more time.
More to do.
Dang.
There's a Styx crystal behind the rock hidden behind the rock on the left that I tried to go for.
Yeah.
Probably stayed on low health for too long.
And once again, I do want to commend you for coming on and doing this, because there was originally supposed to be another runner for tonight and he had internet issues at the last minute, and Sin was supposed to be commentating, and then stepped up and said, "Yeah, okay, I'll do a run." Just so the preparedness was a lot less. But I super appreciate it for coming on and showing this off. For agreeing to that.
Happy to be here.
Yeah.
I think that was my mistake last time, is I didn't kill that Archangel guy last time.
Much better.
I'll have to switch out the next run, but one of the sigils I must have mispicked.
Demons and angels on the same side. It was
Oh, did you drop the ammo one? No, the ammo one's still there.
Drop Last Breath Aegis for one called Ultimate Sovereignty, which charges your ultimate overtime on your selected weapon.
I wish we would use a lot more Persephone on this. Or not Persephone, Hellhounds. Safety shots on this are honestly so good. Let's see if we can get these guys to come together. No. Oh, right at the last minute they did.
Unknown leaves the angels and demons dead behind her.
Full health, back at it. Yeah, a lot of the enemies in the corridors generally won't turn around and hit you, but obviously it's possible to get very unlucky sometimes. Do you know if it's possible to make the enemies fall in the holes here? I genuinely never even tried that.
Namely the Eyeless and the Behemoth.
Okay.
Those little fly creatures. If you can get the hub, there we go.
There we go.
You're gonna hover them above a hole, then they like to land on the ground. So if they don't on the ground, they'll just basically go down. no! Right when he was there.
There was still more to do.
Oh man.
Yeah, and he just got to the slaughter as well. Thanks. I thought there was one more 6 crystal, but the fodder or me firing the AOE attack must have broken it.
Yeah, this is just so difficult to do, even on like a normal difficulty and not the hardest difficulty in the game. So I'm genuinely impressed that you can, do it this confidently at all, because I sure can't. I think I tried Beast for like 1 hell and then like gave up.
Yes, right there. Oh, wow.
Once again, the Siege Behemoth has really weird hitboxes, even on, especially on its Stomp Surge attack.
Demons and angels on the same side.
Nice, that's really moving through there.
It was awkward.
Oh. That one little guy in the corner, sometimes forget about it. Sometimes, yeah, just like they decide in the spawn patterns to put one singular enemy for one wave.
Yeah.
You
Well,
just
it's
try
also
them
like they just have really difficult times on stairs, I think, and like corners and stuff. So they just get caught there. The guys in the center though, it's so nice to just have the Vulcan for that.
Unknown leaves the angels and demons dead behind.
Alright, super clean through there.
Oh, there we go. Should I? Oh, hello.
Nice, this room's going solid, man.
Oh, there's one up
Haven't
in
heard that one.
there. Darn it.
Dang. I'd make sure to check
Yeah,
your room.
let me switch out my loadout here real quick. Because it was on Last Breath Aegis. Wow. All right, which it should be on Ultimate Sovereignty because Ultimate Sovereignty charges the ultimates over time.
Yeah.
Which is good for the Hellhounds because you just sort of have the Hellhounds selected in the background. As you can see, the bar is chosen up there, and then you can just use it without having to rely on the weapons all the time.
Yeah, for sure. Does it charge even when it's like not out, or
Just the charge weapon.
okay? So have you done a lot of research into whether, like for like what enemies it's faster to try and slaughter kill them if you can versus just knocking them down normally with the Vulcan?
I think generally you always want to go for the regular kill, especially if you're going for speed. Behemoths are the biggest no-no because they take 2 beats to kill, while one regular enemy takes 1 beat to kill or slaughter kill.
Demons
So I
and
try to
angels on the
avoid
same
slaughtering
side.
behemoths as much as I can, unless I take the
That
health.
was awkward.
But everything else is thankfully just a 1.
Yeah, just a 1 beat kill.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, that guy didn't have a problem coming up like that, man. It just nice. Yeah.
Build up the
So
ult
just-
for those
The angels and
Hellhounds.
demons dead behind.
Yeah, just facing these enemies one-on-one is pretty simple, but it's when all of them get together and then spawn behind you is when a lot of the difficulty of this run really starts. And I mean, obviously the fact that beast difficulty means you get killed in a couple of hits.
Yeah, the revival is definitely a nice feature of the lower difficulties.
Yeah. Yeah, how much practice did it take for you to get through the run, even just like the first time?
Not too much, thankfully. Though I've only actually made like a successful like full run once or twice. I have, and then just like Shadow. I do play a bunch of levels individually, just practicing on them. But this one still is one of my problem areas. Probably like a good like 20 or 30 hours. Shadow definitely has a bit more of an edge, I think, with he's definitely played a bit more shooters than I have, but I just play a bit more rhythm games.
Yeah. Yeah, being able to hit the beat even when you're... Yeah, I always, whenever I was playing, I always found myself like always trying to start actions on a certain beat of this song rather than like on the beat. So I'd try to start on the upbeat even if that was like a second later. That's something I really need to force myself out of doing.
Pull that. That is what the ultimate sovereignty is good for. As it's, yeah, 2 Seraphs, so we're doing actually a lot better in this room.
Yeah, just having them stack on top of each other is really huge.
No love lost between the angels and us. No, sir.
All right, here we go.
I did get the sense they were even more depressed.
Back
being
to the
here than
cursed room.
Actually gonna build up a little bit of ultimate.
So yeah, once again, for people, the difficulty of this room is that there's a lot of enemies that have both really janky hitboxes, which is like this green guy, and a lot of the bigger, taller enemies that you see, combined with the blue Seraphs that you saw in some earlier rooms, and they're going to respawn again in this room, that have like room-wide AoEs, pretty much. And yeah, he's got to play around that, and they go through cover as well. Yeah, it's just a mad dash to try and dodge everything. And then slaughter killing like that. Obviously gives health back, which is a lot safer, but for bigger enemies, it takes 2 beats to slaughter them, as opposed to the 1 for smaller enemies. So ideally, it's going to slaughter the smaller enemies and just normal kill the big ones. And so here's the Seraphs. Yeah, the Persephone, or the Hellhounds, the dual pistols, they have a turret. So he ulted there, and that pulls out something for the enemies to focus on, and also it does damage, and cannot be killed by the enemies. Nice.
Alright. I think that's the majority of this run room done here, apart from maybe I think the next is just like 2 behemoths, but they're not too much of a difficult to deal with, thankfully.
Was desperate.
Nice.
Yeah, probably what I think to be the hardest room in the game.
I'd be curious to think what do you think is the hardest boss in the game? Because I thought this one was fairly straightforward. I mean, I didn't think any of these were particularly easy, but
yeah, no,
I didn't really have a problem in this one.
This one in particular is definitely not too bad, just because the level is open-ended. You just have to mind your flank every time when you're dealing with enemies.
Yeah, I think for me personally, and I can't remember the name of the level, the ice level.
Yeah.
I think it's one of the hardest bosses for me. That's coming up in a little bit, so go for that.
Perish, demon!
Every roughly quarter or third health, boss goes invincible, spawns a bunch of ads you got to deal with. So a lot of that is making sure that it's ultimate generation if you're playing casually, but it's really just kind of a waiting period for speedrunners. Pulling out the turret again here. A lot more damage.
Judge and executor!
Nice. That's pretty much possible to do enough damage that the boss gets like one attack in the middle too. Now there's a couple seraphs on the field. He's got to make sure that he knows where they are. Doesn't necessarily have to kill it right away, but you have to deal with it eventually. Shield guys are really shoot if you hit him with the crossbow bolt on the front. But FPSs doesn't do any damage. Not only that, it nulls the explosion, so the enemies around it don't take any damage either. There you can see how the damage kicks up when you get to the 8x multiplier. It's like 590 and it goes all the way up to 940. And he's fully up to 8x and then 16x just adds vocals. Which, obviously means it's better. Yeah, the Hellhounds just output so much damage. The boss gets one attack and it's mainly just waiting for it to phase. All right, spooky ending, but you got it.
Yes. All right, awesome. I think the next one is Nile here. Yes. Correct me if I'm wrong pronunciation. I'm not. Me and Shadow have been guessing on that one for a bit.
You got me too. I think the skull says it at one point. Could not know.
Thing is, we really didn't know what we were up against
All right.
in the
This one in particular is probably my favorite song because it has one of the highest BPM in the entire game.
Yeah, how does so PC has custom songs? Has the speedrun community talked about including any of those at all, or?
I have not engaged too much in the speedrun community myself yet because I haven't posted any scores on speedrun.com. So that definitely would be something Shadow might know. But I have not touched the custom songs at all yet.
Yeah, and once again, I do want to shout out Sin for coming on and doing this, because the other runner had internet issues and stepped up and said, yeah, I got it. So, big shout out to him. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem.
Especially because this game like is. We'll have Shadow Fan back on.
We're doing on time, by the way.
You're doing fine. I would say don't worry about it.
What was disillusion anyway? Something coming apart,
I think
This is probably the one room in the game that it's just easy, but it's just a lot of areas.
I guess no one expected her to make it so far. Everyone except for me.
I don't remember. Does this hell introduce any new enemies, or is this just the same enemies?
Yes, we actually passed by it once again. The enemy introduction that like isn't a force encounter. It is the elite stalker, which is the blue version.
Yeah,
The blue
right.
version. And they're a bit tricky to deal with. Thankfully, the first one you don't need to completely ignore. But there will be a room later in this level that combines it and two Seraphs. There we go. There's one right here. Bigger ranged attacks.
Oh yeah, the
Definitely
lightning
a lot
guys. Dude, I
faster.
don't know how I forgot about those guys. The lightning attack is just awful to deal with. Really makes the siege behemoths seem a lot easier.
Charge up my Hellhounds, because once again there's another section in this level. Just as easy, overall easier with their ultimate aid.
Yeah, because you maintained on the ultimate. Forgot the name of the room. That they just ultimate sovereignty. Yeah, that's it. Do you ever find yourself just like counting in your head when you've got the about the 8 free shots or?
Yeah, if I remember to, which is like probably 80% of the time. I usually get to... I try to leave it to like second nature to me. Like sort of like counting my subconscious.
Yeah, and then just swap the pads and then back in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I unlocked that in my casual play, and it just felt like such a weird play style. But it's definitely super, super powerful. You just never have to swap away from a good weapon. Really clean takedowns here.
I made the sound effect, but didn't play that.
The ult didn't deploy?
Yeah, for some reason.
Huh. Just wait and see if it gets all these Seraphs.
Just getting warmed up.
All right, well, what can you do? That probably is the trickiest room of that.
Yeah.
It definitely skips one of the longest boss fights in the game. But for now, we're probably just going to go ahead and just go on to the next one.
Yeah, for sure. Again, just very much appreciate you coming on and showing off with that with like very minimal preparation. I think I asked you like maybe an hour and a half before the show is going to go up because the original runner had a bunch of internet issues, unfortunately. So we're gonna have him back at some point. It was supposed to be Shadowfang doing this, but Sin stepped up, Crimson Blooded Ruby, and said, "Yeah, I got this." So everyone, you know, I just want to thank you so much for coming on. Yeah, this was probably one of my favorite levels in the game. I really liked the final boss fight, even though it killed me a ton.
No, definitely, probably one of my favorite final boss fights as well.
Yeah, it's very difficult. The arena fruit is really uncommon.
Yeah, and if you're following along the story, which I'm skipping over the majority of parts of it, Skull gets taken away, which is the main thing I've been switching to.
Yeah, that also really screwed me up for this level, because I used the Skull a ton to maintain combo. Chat said not Troy Baker. I'm really bad at identifying voice actors, so I didn't know it was him until I had to look it up afterwards. Yeah, this area, there's one specific room in this hell that I thought was really difficult. I think it's the last one right before the boss. Just because the layout of it is so weird. Big fan of the fact that guy just went behind a wall and was like, "Hey, did you know he's here?"
Train's right here.
I highlighted him.
Tunnel's so dark and deep, ain't no one ever come back from.
Yeah, this room is, again, super tight. There's a lot of behemoths that are going to spawn, but luckily with how this room is set up, it's just two corridors back to back, and for some reason that makes it really easy to like dodge a lot of the enemies and dodge a lot of their attacks. So you can just kind of stay in this one area, and then the enemies will filter through the sides and or the edges of each one. We're still not super easy. Obviously, the disjointed hitboxes that are present in a lot of the behemoth's attacks make it really dangerous to go toe-to-toe with them like this, but As long as he's paying attention to his health and slaughter killing unnecessary, it's not that bad. Plus, a lot of the enemies that spawn are just these like one-hit mooks that you just blow up with the Vulcan.
Pretty lucky. Stand right next to each other.
Yeah.
Here they come for her. She don't run. Under that sky, any other spirit would have turned back. Not you.
Oh. I did not know there was a respawn.
What did you hit? I didn't even see you hit anything.
I guess I
weird.
fell in the tiny puddle of water that was there.
Yeah. It's not this room. Okay, so it's the next room that I thought was really weird and different. What would you say your favorite level in this game is? Is it one of the earlier ones with less hard enemies, or towards the end when you really start throwing you a challenge?
That is a bit of a tricky one, because with like little sections I like of each level, but they sometimes, like, of whole levels, there's not really one particular not one particular one I'd choose.
Okay, alright. I mean, I definitely have a soft spot for Stygia, because I like the song for that area so much.
Yeah. This level definitely is probably one of my more favorites. I do like the architecture and sort of like the, I guess, factory gear or vibe to it.
Yeah.
As well as the final boss, which will come into play in a little bit here.
Yeah, this level is going really smooth. Like, compared to when I tried this on Beast, this is far better.
Thankfully, they just spawn those two up on their own, so it's pretty easy to deal with. I will say that this this second to last room here behind this, like, last room before the boss, is certainly a challenge.
Yeah,
Feeling that.
I personally, I thought this was the hardest room in the entire game that I ran into. I think I played this on, I think, GOAT difficulty, and then I died here like 3 or 4 times. This is the point where the game was like, are you sure? Do you wanna, you okay? I was also definitely not playing with some of the like better gear that's possible, some of the better weapons. I was sticking to pistol shotgun for most of the game.
Those challenges are definitely a bit troublesome to get.
Yeah.
Like dozens of attempts with some of them.
Although on the other hand, there's some that are great to do. They just feel great.
Most of this level is straightforward. It's just a matter of managing your health and making sure you don't use up all your Styx crystals.
Yeah. Is there ever an issue where you like back up into them occasionally?
Not too often, because and a lot of them do have like thankfully pretty audible noises they make.
Mm-hmm.
Minus the marionettes, which are the simple enemies.
Yeah, those guys are pretty free.
But they can't do much to you, so keeping tabs on them is thankfully not too much needed.
What? Best job, but she get it next time.
Oh, you were there. What?
Oh, that's
Man.
That's annoying. All right. I'll just go and move to the last level here and hopefully make it to the final boss.
Yeah.
Thankfully, a lot of these rooms in the last level aren't too difficult. The boss is the main thing. It does pose a little bit of a challenge, but
Yeah, that last boss was
good to be back.
I think I died to it once, and then just wound up swapping my loadout around, and it was a lot easier. I got over my pistol shotgun only build. I do really like the level design of this final level, though, because they throw a lot of open spaces at you, but that makes it really, really easy to maneuver around and dodge the enemies.
Yes.
So, like, the enemies here are obviously the hardest stack they could throw at you, but it's not that difficult because you have a lot of room. shield enemies being on the stairs is definitely way better because you can get the you can get the Vulcan AoE underneath them, and then it's not as easily blocked.
Didn't occur to me back then that maybe the judge was up to something, since she got her memory back from me and all. You don't get to rule the hells by being a dummy.
For some reason, I distinctly remember those two guys popping on the ground so much easier. Because when I got to here, I had forgotten about them. I don't know how, but I'd forgotten about the shield enemies. I'm just like, oh, these are hard, great.
Yeah, there is definitely another technique that I usually use with Persephone, the shotgun Persephone, and the sword, but it isn't nearly as quick as just using the Vulcan.
Yeah. Do you use the sword more on like the low difficulties? Because I know it has a pretty
definitely
overpowered ultimate. It's just I assume it's too dangerous to get into melee for.
Yeah, it can be quite dangerous for that. And as well, just the Vulcan's AoE just comes a lot more handy in situations.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially because at 8x it one-shots the little guys. And I think at 4. Not totally sure on that.
Maybe she had forgotten stuff too, like me.
Yeah, this is a level so far. Looking great. Just running through the enemies is so funny.
Yeah, funnily enough in this game, your dash does damage. Which,
Yeah, that's actually something I didn't know until I started watching speedrunners. It's kind of wild. Now you've got the skull back, so it's a lot easier to maintain the combo. Because the skull is one of the, I think, the fastest weapon to pull out. And the sword is like second fastest. Yeah, just absolutely trucking slaughter kills here is. There's enemies just coming from everywhere. god. What was up with that? I've never seen the enemy get stuck in the wall like that. That was interesting.
It happens not too often, but enough to be annoying.
Yeah.
What had happened back there with the angels meant something. Why'd they go after her? Why'd she get rid of them? What were they afraid of? Tell you now, I should have thought about that more.
I completely forgot about this room. But this just reminded me so much of the final levels of like Doom 2016. Because I guess this whole game has kind of been giving Hell vibes, considering it's in Hell. But yeah, this one really, you can see where they drew a lot of their inspiration. How important is the rhythm aspect of the game? So I guess I can re-explain for everybody coming in moving into this. The rhythm aspect is super important. So you'll notice at the top he's got that 8x multiplier. At 8x he's doing the maximum damage possible. At 16x adds vocals to the tracks. But the on beat also modifies how much damage he does. To where if he's off beat, it's something like a fourth of the damage, depending on how far off. So making sure that he stays on beat for every single shot. And the dashes are also important to stay on beat because they at least help maintain your combo. So the rhythm aspect is very important. It's not like something like Crypt of the Necrodancer that'll like kill you immediately if you go off the beat, or otherwise hinder you, but it's definitely more optimal to be on beat. Which is pretty easy because the soundtracks are fairly straightforward in their BPM, and also they all bang really hard.
But I guess that's heaven for you. One of these days, they're gonna get theirs. All I knew was, we's about to find out the hard way.
Alright, so this is the final boss. The track for this, Serge Tankian's a great singer, but I couldn't take it seriously because he started it and it sounded like Chop Suey.
That's what it reminds me of.
Yeah.
I was like, what is that? I was like trying to, every time I listen to this, I'm like, what does that remind me of? And I just couldn't it's like the song is awesome, but that beginning part is just.
Yeah, I had to kind of roll by. I was like, okay, sure. But this boss is really incredible. There's not a lot of things to slaughter kill here, so he's got to be very, very careful with his health. But as always, it's a boss. You shoot the glowy bits, and the boss dies. So pretty straightforward. The real difficulty in this is just the lack of things to slaughter kill. because the boss is pretty mean about that. And it's very similar to a lot of the behemoths from earlier, where a lot of the attack skip boxes are pretty disjointed. At least from the big boss. Obviously not these small ones as much. But like the sword slashes and stuff like that are pretty opposite, or way wider than they seem like. This is incredible play, honestly, to not get clipped like at all fighting those three boss skulls. I don't know their names. Ooh, right on time. Final gauntlet at you. Surprisingly not as difficult as like some other gauntlets of enemies because they're all in front of you, and the AoE of the Vulcan just kind of means that you can bring them up, corral them all together. Nice. Yeah, perfect ending, dude.
Yeah. Surprisingly, the boss fight isn't as difficult to face as some of our other lesser forms, which is nice, but I can still be a little bit tedious.
Hellsinger,
Oh wow.
Good ending.
you have come for your
39.
voice,
Okay.
but I only
Yeah.
have part of it. The rest is in the heavens.
I don't know if I should skip this for spoiler reasons.
That's up to you.
Alright, we're just gonna go ahead and pass through it here then. We'll let the credits roll, why not? While we wait for the next one, I guess.
But yeah, if people want to get into the speedrunning this, what should what can they check out the Discord, or what would you recommend?
I would recommend mainly the speedrun.com. There is a speedrunning Discord. I am not in it myself because I most of the time just am talking to Shadow about it. He's my sort of info from the speedruns. But the speedrun.com definitely has all the information to get you started. It has a splitter, it has the specific DLL to interface with the game and everything. Yeah.
Well, again,
thank you again for coming on and doing this. I know this was pretty sudden to drop on you out of nowhere to say, hey, come on and showcase the game.
Yeah, no
But,
problem. Yeah, it was a bit short notice, so definitely was a bit rusty, but
You put on a great showcase
happy.
either way.
happy to be here, definitely, yeah. Thanks for all you watching,
Yeah.
and thanks for GDQ for hosting this. Really awesome. I didn't expect this game to see it for a bit.
Oh, no, dude, I love this game. I thought this game was great. So I've been wanting to have this on AIMBOT for quite a while. But,
Glad we're able to, but yeah, definitely, hopefully we can have Shadow come back on something.
yeah, definitely want to get him back on because, like I said at the very beginning, Runner originally had was supposed to be Shadowfang, but he had some internet issues, so we'll bring him back at another time so we can show off. And yeah, everyone, couple quick announcements before we go to a break. Your subs, Prime Gaming sub, gift subs, and bits cheered on GDQ Twitch channel help support Games Done Quick, both with HotFix and a GDQ 23 costs. So please consider subscribing if you like this content. And if you're watching this on YouTube, make sure to subscribe to the channel, check out all of the vids that we have, and go to twitch.tv/GamesDoneQuick for live content, weeknights at 7 p.m. and weekends at 1 p.m. So we're going to go to a quick break, and then we'll be right back with a BPM bullets per minute showcase by Fantasy. So stay tuned, and we'll be right back. All right, y'all. Welcome back to AIMBOT. Once again, I want to shout out Crimson Blooded Ruby for coming on and doing that showcase of Metal Hellsinger with like zero prep. That was really sick. I love that game a ton. One quick announcement before we go into BPM. Game and volunteer submissions for Frost Fatales 2023 are open until November 26th. Find information at gamesdonequick.com/framefatales or the GDQ Twitter to submit your games and volunteer applications. All right, so we have a BPM bullets per minute sane character showcase, which I'm told takes out the one-hit kill characters. Those would be really difficult to do. So Fantasy, take it away. All right. We'll try it again.
Yeah.
Fantasy, take it away.
Can you hear me now? Everything good?
Yeah.
Alright, my name's Fantasy. I speedrun BPM. I'll be doing the multi-character sane category, like Amberlin said. Today with me is Chipset. It's commentating.
Hello. I also speedrun. I'm the leaderboard admin and the premier expert on BPM, so...
Alright, so should we just get started?
Yeah, whenever you're ready.
Countdown.
Should I make a countdown? So when I press play, I'll make it now. Guess I'll start with the first character.
Let it rip.
Alright, 3, 2, 1, and go. Alright, so we're gaming.
So the first character is Goal, which is the starting character. Normally, at least the way that I play the game, I don't normally start on these multi-character runs with Goal, because Goal's one of the, like, I want to say easier characters to get through the category with. And you want to start with the hardest ones because, you know, in an actual speed run, you're probably going to die a lot, and so the ones that you restart or dial out, you want to get out first. But we'll get to those later. And you can see Fantasy has taken a withdrawal from his very very legitimately farmed 420,000 coins.
Yeah. Okay. Just grabbing some health here to be safe. There's probably a lot happening, and
yeah, there's quite a bit of things going on. So you can see he's bunny hopping to gain momentum. That's kind of standard in a lot of these like arena shooters. All right, and he just got Draugr, which is I don't know if I would rank Draugr as the easiest boss, or if that goes to, I don't know. What would you say, Fantasy?
yeah, it's definitely one of the more BS bosses.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
So, Draugr actually has some very, very weird bugs that can kind of, if you're a one-hit character, Draugr is kind of a coin toss. So if you play him fast anyway, I think I know what causes the issues, but I don't know if we'll see that in this run. But we're gonna see Draugr 8 times in this category, so we might actually see the glitch that happens. Okay, and you can see some enemies have bright glowing orange spots, and those are weak spots, so we try to aim for the weak spots. You get double damage on the weak spots, or critical hits. And some bosses, like Draugr, does not have a crit spot, but as you can see, Ymir does. So Ymir's weak spot is his head, and yeah, you just see what happens when you...
Yeah, for clarification, I got the battle lion, which unlocks quarter beats and reduces all my cooldowns by half.
Yeah.
So you can.
So I should probably say some things about his items. So the top item is crit damage multiplier, which scales with the score multiplier up on the top right. And the shield that he got is Battle Lion, which is a cooldown reduction. And it's not just cooldown reduction, or maybe it is, but it affects your fire rate too. So it allows you to shoot at, what's it called? Like 8
quarter beats.
Is it quarter beats? I don't know, because
yeah, it is.
Yeah, right, because we call it a whole beat. If it's a whole beat, half beat, yeah.
And it's a bit hard to effectively use the quarter beat. I mean the Battle Lion.
Yeah. It sometimes feels like Battle Lion makes it so you can fire at any rate, but if you do it fast enough, you'll find that it's exactly a quarter beat.
So I know when I talked to the Discord about doing this, you mentioned that like a lot of the like harder characters were very RNG. Is there anything you're looking specifically for on goal, or like how does it change between characters? Like the
So
roguelite nature.
goal is like the base character. She starts with 100 health, 100 HP. So you don't have to really worry about your health in a run with goal. Maybe in a hellish run, which we're not doing. We're doing easy. So in hellish, you actually take double damage, and enemies have 150% HP. So goal in hellish is 2-shot, right? And then with easy and hard goal, you know, she can take up to 4 hits. And at least on easy and hard, you get health vials in chest, which you don't get in hellish runs. So it's even more difficult in hellish because you can't recover health unless you go to the shop. And you... Ooh. Skeleton key. Nice. So the skeleton key does exactly what it sounds like it does. Opens up every lock. But yeah, so we're not looking for anything specific with goal. We just want to try to get through the run as fast as possible. Goal's abilities, like the fireball, which is I forget. Is it fire? I can't see. Firebolt, right? So firebolt is the secondary, which some enemies actually, you want to shoot them with the firebolt in order for them to take damage, even though that they're like blocking damage, because some enemies have immunity states or where they can't take any damage, or they have like certain spots that when you shoot them they don't take damage. If you shoot them with a firebolt, most of those types of enemies, they'll die like right away. But so like these guys, these clockwork souls that spin around and shoot 3 projectiles at you, or spin around and shoot projectiles at the room, they have an invulnerability state, and I believe if you shoot them with firebolt, they'll take damage over time.
Yeah,
but they have a lot of HP. But guardians and certain other enemies, they don't have a lot of HP, so you can kill them with a firebolt. Okay, so that was a really good one. So Fantasy just did a fireball boost, I guess is what we call that. I don't know. Where you shoot the fireball at your feet and just like fly up in the air real high. Pretty difficult maneuver actually, because you got to time that right. You can't shoot the fireball anytime. You have to shoot it on beat, but you can jump anytime. So you just got to line up the. All right, so the run's over. Well, not the run, the character run. But so this is reveal map. It's kind of a cheat item. Lets you see everything. So obviously, if you get this in any percent, you know exactly where the boss room is, just automatically, because you can see the whole map or the whole floor.
Does that maintain through floors?
Yes.
Oh wow.
You carry the items all the way through from when you pick them up to the end. There is a prestige room that lets you you can get 4 additional items if you prestige, but nobody uses it because prestige costs 30 tokens, and we usually don't have enough money, or I don't know. It's just not really used very often. Even with bank exploits, which, by the way, we do allow. I made that joke earlier about him having 420,000 tokens. I think. What was it? Was it 420, 690?
No, it's, right now I only have like 30,000 left. I spent so many during my speedruns.
Oh, wow. That's crazy. You run a lot.
Yeah, like over half of my playtime is just running the game.
Yeah. So you'll notice that the loading screen on Helheim takes a long time. I don't really know why. I don't think anybody really knows why except for the devs. But for some reason, Helheim specifically just takes forever. Even if you have a really good computer, it's not about your SSD speed. It's about your CPU processing power. So this game has like a lot of known performance issues, and you might hear some like audio skipping, and you might see some frame drops, and that just happens. So we do accommodate for that in the leaderboards.
It's loads removed, right?
Yeah, it's
Nice.
we don't. So we use the in-game timer. It's accurate. We haven't seen any problems with it. So we just take the time that's shown at the end of the screen.
So for clearing rooms with like okay, good, flawless, how important is that? I assume it's going to be important on like the harder
Makes
characters.
Makes a single difference, and it's what chest you get.
Yeah. So a what's it called?
This is a normal clear chest, and
Yeah, flawless clear. You get a better chest. But that's about it.
oh shit.
Oh, be careful. Okay.
Okay, I didn't get the skip. I was trying to get a.
Yeah, so there's a skip here. So Cert will chase you off the edge of the arena. Pretty funny. There's actually another boss, or the other boss, Golvig. I don't think we talked about her. She's actually the hardest boss in the game. I'm like most speedrunners would agree, I think.
Definitely is.
Yeah, because Golvig she's got a small platform. She shoots at you, and then she also has walls of death that just like spin around her every once in a while, and it's random. So alright, so this is Needhog.
And that's Nidhogg.
What do you say,
Nice.
bye, Needhog?
That's astonishing to me that like that's considered like. I guess
12,
considered the
27.
easiest character.
Yeah, that's the first character, and I'll just be moving in chronological order. So next is Freyr. It's got a revolver, and the revolver has some interesting properties. I can show it off real quick.
Yeah. So the revolver is the second worst item in the game, but a lot of people really don't like it because you have to reload each individual bullet.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, that's rough. Holy moly!
So if you have, yeah, and also has really like strong self knockback, so you can actually use it to like
Yeah, this is the flawless clear chest.
Yeah, the chest just looks different. It gives you it. I don't know. It gives you like a couple of different rewards. The flawless chest. I think it'll give you like a key, tokens, and like a coin bag. I think you can get from it, but that's the only difference.
Pretty much. I don't really know if there even is a difference. I think it's just the looks.
No, the different chests have different pulls. They're just not very different.
Alright.
Yeah, I was just curious how, like, for harder, I suppose the one-shot characters are the ones that are like super hard. Like, you know, how important is it for runners to get like the better chests? But if it's basically the same pool, then I suppose not much. Yeah.
Yeah, there's not too much of a difference. The only thing is like you have to get, well, you don't have to get flawless, I guess, but you can't get hit obviously on a one-hit character. But I think you'd probably just end up with a few more tokens by the end of the run if you were to do all flawless, but I don't know.
Matters more on the first level, because you start with no coins usually. And those extra coins can really help you get some items and weapons and whatever. Yeah, so this character has shield abilities, like you can block attacks and...
So there is an exploit with the shield, and it's actually an exploit with cooldowns. If you pause the game after using an ability, the cooldowns do not pause. So...
Oh.
Yeah, so we actually, by popular vote, we banned that in leaderboard runs. We did have a split at one point, so I think there's like a miscellaneous category for any percent glitched. And we did find some other exploits, like we found a speed, like some kind of an infinite speed glitch, sort of, where you can bind jump to scroll wheel, and if you jump like repeatedly, like really, really fast on a slope, you can like build up infinite amount of speed. But it's really, it's not really very useful. You definitely get around faster just by bunny hopping. So
Scrolls are definitely the bane of a lot of speedrunning communities.
Oh, he got a double tap. So this is like my favorite weapon in the game.
Most people's favorite.
Yeah, it's most people's favorite. It's one of the highest DPS weapons in the game. Actually, I made a whole spreadsheet.
Oh, because still, yeah. Wow, holy moly. And you keep this through levels, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So the double tap. So it actually deals per shot the same amount of damage as the pump shotgun, which is the like regular one that I think Fantasy had it in the last with goal. But because it does the double tap, and then it also has a shorter reload, so it has a higher DPS. So it's one of the highest DPS, doing I calculated about 360 damage per beat.
I was gonna ask, is there damage numbers in this game, or is it just hits?
Yeah, there's actually so the way that I figured the damage was going into Cheat Engine and looking at the HP values of Draugr, and then shooting him with every single weapon in the game. So yeah, I actually did a lot of research on this game. I also built I also built a website or a web app called BPM Seeded Save Generator. I don't know if I'm allowed to post links but if you search up BPM SSG on Google, there's a save generator. So I wrote a save generator. This game uses Unreal Engine, so I had to basically like reverse engineer the Unreal Engine save file format. But most of the work was already done for me, so I just like copied work that other people did and then like figured out all the bugs with it. But that took like, I don't know, like a month to figure out.
Jeez, that's impressive.
Yeah, so I keep saying like I want to go back and add more functionality to it, so I can generate the saves from scratch. So that's what it does. It generates them from scratch. But what I wanted to do was have like an editor so you can, you know, put in a save and modify it. But yeah, so the saves actually are continue saves. So if you exit the game on any level, you'll have a continue save. Ooh, that's nice. So he's just picked up the Helm of Rage, and the Helm of Rage multiplies your damage by the score multiplier. So now he's got 4 times damage, as long as he keeps up the multiplier. So the multiplier is
an incredibly powerful item.
Yeah, the multiplier is just, you know, just keeping the beat.
And not taking damage.
Yeah, not taking damage.
So those enemies have like a nose hitbox, and if you hit the nose hitbox, they die instantly. Otherwise, they take a couple like cycles.
So that I don't know if I can, if I post this. So the okay, that actually worked. So the save generator is this one, chipset.github.io. So it's actually a front end React web app. As I see, I don't know how to pronounce his name. OG posted Max.
Richard.
Yeah, Richard. Okay. He posted. So Mac. Shout out to Mac. He's the community leader or the community manager for not manager. He runs the Discord server for the BPM community. So and he's not affiliated with the devs at all. And he's also a mod for speedrun.com for our leaderboard. So Mac started the work of trying to build a save generator. The reason why we wanted a save generator in the first place was because one of the biggest requests in the beginning of the launch of the game was to have a way to do races. And unfortunately it took like, I don't remember how long it took. Let's see, I finished that like last year, so it took like a year, I think, before I finished all the work on that. So I think by that time a lot of the interest died out on doing races. We're technically capable of doing races, but we haven't really done it. And there's other issues like the boss modifiers. Those are not tied to the save files, but literally everything else in the game is, except so everything is predetermined according to the save file. including the loot pools, except for chest spawns, like which chest you get after clearing a room. Enemy drops, so like if an enemy drops a coin or a key, that's not determined by the save file. And then boss modifiers and shrines. So shrine spawns are random, and that's like while you're playing the game, they're randomized. And same thing with boss modifiers. So unfortunately, we can't get races to be exactly, like we can't get the two save files to be exactly the same, where each player will have the same boss modifiers, the same everything. So that's like one of the bigger holdups on doing races. But I think, I don't really know what we could even do to do that. We might have to do some shenanigans with cheat engine. But I don't even know where to begin. I barely even know how to use cheat engine to do the auto splitter. I was gonna say something.
I have I guess a basic question about the game that I don't like, because I haven't played much of this game.
He did the skip.
Nice. So, for unlocking boss rooms, do you have to just know where it is, or do you have to have a certain item to unlock it?
It's random where it is, usually.
Yeah.
Okay.
The boss room just spawns at a random place, but it's never gonna be directly adjacent to the starting room. It might be 2 rooms away. I think it can be the next room over, but it's never gonna be like right there when you start the game. And the boss room you can go in at any time, like as soon as you find it. But
got it. Okay.
It is locked for one character. There's one character where you have to clear all the rooms except for the optional rooms, which are challenge rooms, boss challenge rooms, or mini boss rooms, and gambling rooms, or re-rolls, whatever. So like any optional room is not required, but that's not. So we actually have a category called Clear All Rooms, and those two things they're actually two different things. So the character is, and I know I'm gonna say this wrong. It's called Sangreather.
Yeah, that's about right.
So Sangreather is the final character that you unlock. She's one hit kill, and she's basically like Goal. She can't fly, unlike Oder, which is the other one hit character. But this is sane run, so we're not doing the one hit characters. That would be a bit much.
No, all right. Freya's weapon seems like is it a one at a time reload like? No, that's not this character. Sorry, I took one quick look at the game.
One quick look at the game, and he's already on a different character.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is Hilder.
Hilder. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And so her starting ability is speed. But she's also one of 2 characters that starts with stats. So the way you get stats is by tribute. So you put a coin at any shrine, you'll get that stat increase. Like right there, you just got precision. And by the way, precision, the devs told us directly, precision is not anything to do with aim or accuracy. Precision is crit damage. I don't know why they called it precision. Maybe that's a British thing. Maybe somebody in chat can explain. The devs are British, so I don't know if they have a different definition of precise.
I mean, it's pretty nice that they're at least not mean about, where you shoot is where it goes.
Yeah.
There's not like randomness on that.
Yeah, actually, so with aiming, you actually have by default auto aim. Anything in that little diamond that it'll just automatically seek out something that's in there.
Oh, that's really nice, actually.
Yeah, and so there's an item that's just called auto aim. What is it, Deadeye or Eagle Eye?
Deadeye.
Deadeye. Yeah, so that one just increases the size of the diamond in the center, and you can kind of just like stand still and shoot everything in the room.
Are there any characters that start with like a bigger than normal?
No, unfortunately.
Like that?
No. No, the characters are all well, you'll see them. So the first so the game launched with 5 characters. Actually, the canonical name of the characters are Valkyries, even though if you look at the mythology, like Freyr's a god, not a Valkyrie. I don't know. I guess are Valkyries gods? I don't know.
No.
They can be, but
Yeah, I guess it can be.
Yeah. So Freyr is I mean, so the characters are called Valkyries, technically. But yeah, we just call them characters.
the movement in this game is so nice, though. Like all the dashing and jumping just feels so nice.
Yeah, it does take a little bit to get used to because you can jump anytime, but your dashes have to be on beat, and your shooting has to be on beat. So that I think that's like the hardest thing to get used to when you're first playing this game.
So is it like, so in Metal Hellsinger, if you shoot off beat, it still shoots, but it does like significantly less damage. So here, if you shoot off beat, it just won't shoot.
Yeah, if you shoot off beat, you just don't get the shot. But there are options in the menu to tighten or loosen the window of time that you have to shoot on the beat. I'm not really sure what the window is. I think the loose setting is like 300 milliseconds, I want to say. Something like that. But the reason why I say that is because they recently actually just updated the game and added custom music support. And they added support to change the tempo. So you just have to like line up the song that you want with the metronome in Audacity. Align it with the metronome, and then you just rename the file to include the tempo. But they only support between 60 beats per minute and 120 beats per minute. So, and anything outside of that, it'll automatically adjust the end game tempo to exactly like half or double or whatever multiple to get it in between that range.
I love the shooting whenever the bosses die.
So we promised that boss was the hardest boss in the game, but
yeah. As you can see, bosses aren't really too hard, but that is the hardest boss.
The runes are crazy. That's what kills people. It's very rarely the bosses are where a run ends. If a run ends on a boss, it's usually Draugr or Needhog, I would say.
Or Gulvey.
And is that just because like what you were talking about earlier with like the glitch on Draugr where you get hit?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah, so Draugr has a glitch where so there's an attack that Draugr does where there's like a wall of death to each side, and he alternates, and you have to strafe to dodge it. There's a glitch where he'll do both sides, but it's not just both sides, it's like the entire room, so you have zero way to dodge it. So if you're a one-hit character,
run
run
over.
over. Yep.
Fortunately, it's actually never happened to me. So, yeah. I think it's dependent on the music when it loops or something. I'm a bit unsure.
What was that?
I think the glitch happens when music loops or something.
No, so what I think, because I haven't had it happen to me in a long time, because I always make sure to keep my feet planted on the ground when I'm strafing. What I think is if you're in the air, like if you jump right before Draugr does that attack, for some reason it tricks his AI and he doesn't know which direction you're moving. And so I think that's what causes the glitch. So I think as long as you keep your feet planted, it won't happen.
Yeah, but there are some enemies that
Hey,
will
Swanky.
cheat. You can see some of these attacks have indicators when you're supposed to dodge.
Yeah.
Sometimes
So-
they'll just attack like a couple
Yeah.
beats before it even appears.
So there's actually an exploit. I don't know if it's an exploit, but with Miscalf, that was Miscalf, that boss, if you jump directly over his head when he charges at you, he'll just stop. Like, he'll just exit that attack.
So just a lot of AI manipulation.
Pretty
Yeah,
much.
I mean, it's not all necessary. Like, you can just dodge most attacks, but, you know. So my favorite song from this is the final stage, or well, this one, not the Needhog Arena, but yeah, this one has my favorite.
Honest,
and-
my track is probably the credits theme. I can probably let the credits roll when we actually finish all characters.
Yeah. So yeah, mine's a toss-up between. Well, not really. This one's still my favorite, but the Crypts is definitely really good, which we haven't been to yet, right?
No.
We got to try to get into the Crypts.
Is there anything special like at the end of the game for like clearing the characters or clearing all characters?
First you start
is it-
off with no abilities, but once you beat it
Oh.
on hard, you get all the abilities.
Yeah, if you beat any character on hard, you start with you get both abilities. So at the beginning you have no starting abilities, you just have your dash. And then if you beat it on easy, then you get your secondary starting ability, and if you beat it on hard, you get your ultimate. Oh man, these Jotun guards suck.
Like that was an indicator cheat.
Yeah. So one thing you'll notice, sometimes you'll see dodge, like in big letters, dodge or juke. So there's a subtle difference between dodge and juke. So dodge is when you actually follow that indicator that he's talking about. If you dash towards the direction of that indicator, you'll get a dodge. But if you just outmaneuver the attack, it'll say juke. So this is Njord. He's the most boring character in the game.
Yeah, the worst one. Everyone dislikes him.
What's wrong with him?
Oh, you can see. It doesn't.
He can't use guns. What the hell's the point of bullets per minute if there's no bullets?
Slaps per minute.
I wish he slapped. That would have been funny. But he's fireballs.
He does shoot projectiles. I guess you can call them light bullets. I don't know.
It's like kind of like electricity.
Yeah, I guess because he's a mage. That's actually his name in the game files. It's just called Mage, and like his weapon is called Mage Hands, which you can actually, with the save generator, you can equip that on any character, and if you equip it on a different character, you can change out the Mage Hands with another weapon, and on the pedestal will just be a pair of hands.
That's pretty funny.
Okay, we want a crypt here, but we didn't get one.
Yeah, so crypt, we don't know what the chance to spawn is. If I had to say,
1 in 4 or 1 in 3.
1 in 4. Yeah, I would say it's probably closer to 50%. If not, it is 50%. But if you get a room with stairs that's crypts, and we generally want to go there because crypts has less RNG than Asgard 2.
But it's way harder, usually.
Yeah, it is more difficult. The enemies are tougher, so...
So I've got to know, has anyone ever modded Njord instead of having like the fireball throw animations to just have finger guns?
Nobody's modded the game except for the save generator, which allows you to change the item pools. But I wanted to try to get. I was thinking of doing some kind of a randomizer with the item pools and maybe the room spawns or the because there's so much you can do with just the save file. Mm-hmm. Like you can put your ultimate and secondary abilities. You can use those as items. So you can literally have a character that's just a mage that does nothing but magic, secondaries, and ultimates. And so I was thinking of doing some sort of a randomizer seed on the save generator to do something like that, but just so much work.
Yeah, so this character is pretty much the same thing all throughout the whole run.
So it never even like spawns a gun? Like you can't even pick one up?
You can't pick up a gun, and yeah, he doesn't spawn. Does it spawn? It spawns guns.
It spawns guns, yes, but you can't pick them up.
It spawns guns. You just can't interact with them.
That's mean.
Yeah.
It is.
But he has a really good secondary, which is the first hit from an enemy won't deal damage. So you want to try to keep that like throughout the entire you want to try to keep that up throughout the entire run. And by the way, Njord, was it Njord any percent, I think? Or this was the only run to be run at a GDQ event prior to this. And I don't remember who the runner was.
I believe it was Bullets.
Bullets. That's right. It was
Yeah.
just bullets.
They're actually a pretty good friend of mine, which is like how I first started thinking about like, oh, it would really be tight to have a
Yeah.
BPM showcase. And so I approached them, and they were like, "No, I've been out of the community way too long. You should go check out the Discord." And so that's when I came and asked y'all.
Yeah,
it's
his bullets
prestige.
was
It's prestige.
around.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, that's the prestige room, and and he doesn't have any items, so it would be useless to use it at this point. So there's a dagger room there, which is called the black market. If you take an item, so he's used his secondary. He can just take any item and not take damage, but it's basically you trade health for an item. So it's like a free item if you have the health to give, and for Njord, it's just a free item. And by the way, this is a really good item. It's called Loki's Bargain. So each level, he's gonna gain a stat for like every single floor. He's just gonna gain a stat.
And by floor, you mean like Asgard 1, Asgard 2, that kind of stuff?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Just wanted to make sure it wasn't like per room, which would be kind of wild.
No, there's not. There's only you can only get up to 9 stat points.
I should have grabbed the hat, maybe.
Oh,
Okay, we're gonna be here for a while. Just slapping this guy.
Is there anything that like significantly speeds up this character, or is it just you gotta play?
if you
Gotta
get
play
quarter
precise.
note, if you get quarter note and Face of Death and Helm of Rage, then yeah, it's very fast. Or if you get so Helm of Rage is damage multiplier, Face of Death is just double damage shield, and quarter note is gloves that make you shoot 2 shots every shot. It's like automatic, so it's not like you have to click faster.
Yeah, it's one of the better items in the game.
Yeah, basically it doubles your damage, but it also doubles your fire rate.
So yeah, if you have it, you're less like ammo efficient, but
Yes.
more speed efficient.
So if you get all those items, then you're good. But
So I assume a lot of the IL, or not IL, but I guess single characters is just resetting a bunch for those.
Yeah, it's a lot of resetting.
yeah.
Okay, we might want this.
Ooh. So this is probably the most overpowered secondary in the game. And you'll see why later, because right now he doesn't have everything to make it
He didn't
super
stop
flashy.
at the bank.
Yeah, he hasn't stopped at the bank. But also, there's a character that you don't need a bank.
Oh, okay. There's a bank right here.
Awesome. Good. So some of the abilities you can actually use to boost yourself, and this is one of them. But I don't know if he's gonna do that because it is hard to control. But
Guess I
there's a
can show it
character.
off.
Yeah, there's a character that spawns with this secondary, and we'll see him. We'll see him soon. It's a
Just to be safe.
very nice, legitimate 39,000 coins that he farmed out.
Yeah, normal amount.
Which, by the way, we do allow, that particular hack
Oh no.
on the leaderboards. It's a different save file. If you modify the game state.sav, you can have as many coins as you want. And it's just like a time saver, because otherwise it's just going to be farming for coins most of the time, and then you're going to do runs and the person who farms the most amount of coins is just gonna have an upper hand. So
Yeah. I definitely understand that type of thing. I've run games that had that sort of thing in it, and
yeah,
everybody's
but
kind of usually like, yeah, we just cheat engine it.
yeah, we have floated the idea of banning the bank, and just like making everybody use the coins that drop, but I don't really want to do that because I feel like it would discourage people from playing the game. Submitting, we already have a lot of rules, and I don't want to have like more confusing stuff. And
Wow, that coin kill was way faster. Holy moly!
Yeah,
coin is very strong.
it's a very, very powerful secondary. Not only does it deal a buttload of damage just on a hit, but it also deals damage over time.
Oh, okay.
So
So that's completely useless.
Infinite ammo. Yeah. I think that's what it said, right?
I keep forgetting. I wanted to. I don't know if Richard got that. I'm gonna message him that link. I don't know if that was posted in the chat.
Oh yeah, if you post it in the channel
Yeah.
for this show, you can post it. So if you're doing a like normal attempt at a multi-character run, would you do this character towards the beginning or towards the end? Because
The
it's
end.
just so samey.
This one I would do last because Yord's like he's the easiest because he has the secondary which you don't take damage, and then like it's the most consistent. Like you don't have to worry about weapon RNG, like which weapon you're gonna get. You don't have to worry about that. You just always have the same thing. And then he also has a heal ability, so you don't even have to worry about getting to a shop to heal. So, so he's like the safest character to run. So personally, I've done one multi-character run, which was the classic, which I started with Odor, which is one hit, but once you get past the one hit character, then it's pretty easy to get through the entire run. But yeah, I ended on Yord because Yord's easy. But I am very thirsty. So
Yeah, you can go hydrate. This is pretty slow. I suppose I can commentate. No problem.
right.
So this run is super slow. Right now we're at 12 minutes. We would have probably finished the other runs by now. It's probably mostly because of not getting a crypt at the first level.
And that's just because that would be faster than Asgard 2.
Yes, but also you get much better items in the crypt.
Oh, okay.
Okay, right now we have a weird modifier that changes all of the chests. So we get different kind of chests from every room. They're typically better chests, but some of them are not better. Like this one, you can just get a fly out of it. It's a 2 out of 3 chance to get a fly. So we're gonna just try to spend our coins on enemies that like this. which have an immunity state. Oh well.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is there a reason you're not coining every single enemy?
Flying enemies usually have low HP, so it's usually not worth trying to hit them, and it's also harder to hit them with a coin. And that big armor guy, when you hit the weak spot, it dies pretty much instantly. So. And he has a half-beat cooldown, so I can throw in a projectile between the coin toss. Thanks.
So I am back,
Welcome.
and I got myself a Big Red Zero Sugar.
Nice. So, yeah, loading.
It's surprising that it's that bad.
Yeah. I think on my computer, I actually recently upgraded mine. So I have a 5950X CPU, I think. It takes, I want to say like 5 seconds or 10 seconds, somewhere around there. So it still takes a quantifiable amount of time. It's not like instant.
Okay.
All right. So, are there any questions in chat? While we wait for this very slow run. Oh, also, this room, this is called the dish room. So you actually can only put 100 coins in, and it's shared between all characters. Once you get 100 coins, the item that spawns there it's called Giant Slayer boots. So you always want to pick that up before you fight Needhog, because Needhog has like the biggest health pool out of any boss, any enemy in the game. And the reason why you want that is because it does 3% damage per projectile.
No, per 3% per HP the boss has.
Oh yeah, 3% of the remaining HP of the boss per projectile though. That's the thing. And so if you have a weapon that shoots a lot of projectiles, it's crazy. It's just like broken.
Alright, so now we're at more interesting characters. So this character has a bleeding mechanic, where if you don't hit or damage enemies, you just decay in HP.
Yes, I can answer that too. I mean, they answered it. But yeah, so we do allow custom music. It has to be 88 BPM because 88 BPM is every single song in the game. And we can tell 100% if you are trying to trick us. So if you use the game's music at a different tempo, we will know. So don't do it.
We got a crypt here. I'm just gonna check the rooms for a bank or something. Okay. So this character can spawn chests and you can get very good items out of it. But no, of course it's random. So you'd probably want to get a skeleton key when playing this character.
Yeah. So Scold is probably one of the most fun characters, I would say.
Spawns with a good weapon.
Yeah, she her gimmick is like you lose health, right, constantly, and every shot you get health back. She's more challenging in clear all rooms because you can end up on the opposite side of the level, and you have to run all the way to the boss room, and you can just die on your way over there. Oh, nice.
We're okay on HP there. If we were low, we could just go fight the boss and then come back. Okay, we're at the crypts now. It's essentially a bonus level. That's a bit harder, but it's more rewarding.
Yeah, so we tend to come to the crypts for speedruns because you're guaranteed specific rooms that really help you a lot in the run. So the first room that you want to find is the well room. It's just a room that spawns with 4 items, and you get a free item. You get to pick and choose one of those items. And it's always the same pool of items, and there's only like 3 different items that you can get from each category.
Oh wow.
Oh man, you got crap. So sometimes you can get the double damage shield, Face of Death, in that room.
I already got it.
Oh, you already got it. Yeah. So there's another thing too. If you have an item, it won't spawn. So like if you have so he got Face of Death. Even if that item was supposed to spawn in the well room, it wouldn't spawn because he already has it. It's a weird thing with how the game just works. I don't really know why. I don't think guns work the same way. I think you can get this. No, can you? Maybe not. I don't remember. I don't remember if that's how guns work. I think you can see the same item more than once if they don't exist simultaneously. Like if you don't have it already, I'm pretty sure.
I tested this, so I don't really know.
Yeah,
I know it's somehow you're somehow able to get 2 of the same items, but I'm not sure how.
What matters is if you have it equipped, or if like if it would be spawning simultaneously. I think, I'm not too sure. I've done some limited tests on that, and I know that if you try to force spawn the same item on 2 pedestals in the shop, only one will be there, and then it'll just fill in the other one with a different item.
Okay, so we're on a pretty quick pace right now. Nice time right there.
420.
Do I guess this is just curiosity. Do the extra shots that you can do at the end of like boss fights, does that regen health?
Yes.
Nice. Okay, so it is optimal to do that then.
Yeah. So killing enemies also gives you additional health, like more than just shooting them. And there's an item called, what is it called? Well, the ability is called Vamp Heal, something like that.
Circlet of something?
Yeah, circlet of serpentine or something. Yeah, so Golvig is...
Watch out for the poison.
That one you actually got to see Golvig a little bit. So you can see she shoots at you and she does the Nova Blast, but then she can also have spinning walls of death, which luckily... Oh, and then she was also poisoned. I also got the stream open, so I got the delay. I just spilled my soda on my desk.
Oh no.
It's okay, I got a rag right here. And apparently this mouse pad is waterproof.
I keep forgetting that a lot of the aim relies on that diamond in the center. So I'm just impressed with you hitting like all these shots from really far away. I suppose it's like still pretty hard either way, right? Is there travel time on bullets, or are they hit scan?
Okay. There's a few weapons that are not hit scan.
And usually those are pretty bad.
So the grenade launcher, the rocket launcher, the fireball launcher, and is that it? No,
there's also an item that turns every bullet into a projectile, no matter what.
Oh yeah. There's also a ray gun, which is the highest DPS gun in the game.
Yeah, it's super powerful. It's so rare.
Yeah, actually, it's not the highest DPS. The highest DPS is the energy cannon, which is basically launches sticky grenades, but it starts with only one grenade, and you have to reload each individual grenade. So like every time you get more ammo, you have to, and it's also not just that you have to reload each individual one, but each reload takes 2 beats or 2 half beats.
So that weapon is usually never seen in runs.
Yeah, you only really want to use it against bosses if you get it, and even then you might not even want to get it unless you have infinite ammo, which there is a shield that gives you infinite ammo, of course.
Yeah, then it's actually very powerful. I remember trying it once and just breezing through the game. Okay, we've got some pretty good layouts here and generally good luck overall, so this one's gonna finish quick.
Have there been any attempts at like segmented runs where you would use weapons that you wouldn't necessarily like things like that?
So
I guess it's kind of hard to do in a situation like this.
So there was one guy, one person in the community. Excuse me, my throat's a little dry.
Oh no. Okay, we don't need the skeleton key right now.
So there was one person, the dog frog, I think. They were trying to. I think they were trying to do a segmented run at some point, but I don't think segmented runs really make sense too much because like of the RNG. So instead, what he was doing, remember the exploit that I told you with cooldowns? Mm-hmm. If you pause the game, the cooldowns don't pause. They still go through, so you can just wait in the pause menu for abilities to cool down. Well, remember, the cooldown shield doesn't just affect ability cooldowns, it also affects your fire rate. And pausing also lets you technically fire faster, so you can technically get a faster time if you pause every shot.
That sounds awful.
So this guy did a run where he basically did that the entire time, and his final time was like 1 minute and 20 seconds or something like that. I forgot, and it's the only glitched run on the leaderboards right now.
That was a solid skull run, though.
Yeah, that was a pretty.
All right, so this is the character that we've been waiting for.
The coin guy.
The coin
Rocket Raccoon.
The coin goblin.
Essentially, Rocket Raccoon. So the funny part is it has a way smaller like height, view model height.
Yeah.
And its ability is just related to coins. Ultimate, you withdraw a coin from the bank.
So this is one of the little guys that you see at the bank. And if you look at some of the speedruns on the leaderboard, for this guy. And you can go flying through the levels. You just boost with the coin throw. But yeah, you can see there's no need
to be careful since we die from one hit.
Yeah, right now he is one hit, but
And
the reason why
no star here.
Yeah, the reason why we kept Gary and Sane characters is because you can increase Gary's pool of health. Oh, there's a gambling room right there. You can just
Okay, we're gonna grab a lot of coins here to save time.
yeah so you don't really need to get to the bank as Gary, but it'll save you some time from having to wait for. All right, so now you
that's
got
a lot of armor.
yeah. See, so
keys.
this is why Gary is considered sane, but I would start with Gary if I was doing this run, just because you can die in one hit, or I would start with the last character that we're going to finish off, because the last character is just RNG.
Yeah, you'll see. I think.
So there's
Yeah.
what, one more character after this, and that's the true
That's-
RNG.
I believe there's two more.
Yeah, there's Herfjolder next, right?
Yeah,
And then
run. Or rune.
yeah, and then run. So Gary is actually the easiest character to get a sub 10-minute run with.
Yeah.
Yo, NPR, what's up?
Oh, he's in the chat.
Yep, NPR's in chat.
Shoutouts to him.
Shoutouts to NPR. NPR is one of the best, if not the best, runner in the community. It's a toss-up between NPR and Grassloo. Right? I don't know if that's how you say his name.
Graslu. He's a friend of mine.
Yeah.
We talk a lot and stuff. That's the reason I'm in the community.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you were also contending for top spot too, right?
Yeah, I got a 15-minute St. Reader Hellish run, and it's pretty solid.
Yeah.
But I haven't submitted it yet because it was right when we were doing a rule change about bindings.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, we Fantasy actually found the exploit with the scroll wheel, and we had a discussion with that not too long ago in the Discord, and the consensus was that it should not be allowed, but it is difficult to enforce because
Yeah, especially if all someone has is a free scroll wheel or a free scroll mouse.
yeah, but it's difficult to enforce because it's not just that they can rebind it through modifying the game config. They can also just like bind F to their scroll wheel on their like mouse's drivers. So and it's like the same thing with macros, right? Like it's very difficult to tell if somebody is using a macro if they have it set up to be either sporadic or, you know, like 10 hertz or something. Because like you can mash 10 hertz pretty with one hand, so it's not easy to tell. So we just had everybody just pinky promise that they're not going to cheat.
That's something I'd been noticing, but I wanted to ask. So I noticed a lot of these levels have like prefixes, like explosive, shopless, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I
So
assume
those are
that's random.
yeah. So those are I can't remember if yeah, those are not, those are tied to the save file. But yeah, those are floor modifiers, and yeah, they're tied to the save. There's an entry in the save file called floor modifier. And anyway, so we thought that the boss modifiers were affected by that, and like it could be. We don't really know. We haven't done enough testing, but it's probably like way too much trouble to figure out unless we can find like a pointer in memory that tells us exactly what the boss modifiers are. But it's basically the same idea. So for this one, it's exploding, right?
Yeah, explosive.
So enemies drop these skulls. I think we had this already before, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so enemies drop
Coin.
skulls instead of coins, and there's Baron, which enemies drop nothing, and chests don't spawn, which you don't want. If you start Asgard with Baron, it's just automatic reset. There's
So
also...
Yeah.
What were you gonna say?
When I first started playing this game, I thought the explosive modifier was very bad. Because I thought those were like landmines, and if you touch them, you take damage.
Oh, yeah.
And I thought that for a very long time.
Yeah, I think a lot of people think that, but you actually just gotta touch the skulls, and you don't take damage, but enemies take damage.
Yeah, it's pretty good on the first stage. Well, it's a mix because you don't get any coins, but
Yeah.
if you're on Gary, I think it's very nice to have explosive. It's usually not too much faster, but it helps on Hellish if you don't have firepower.
Yeah, you can definitely clear rooms a lot faster. Oh, see how he's like just flying right over with that boost. In order to get that boost with Goal, you gotta use her ultimate, so you only get one boost like that. And Gary can do it every beat. That's one of the reasons why Gary is so fast, is because you can just traverse the stages so quickly.
And the coin thing just seems ridiculous.
Yeah, so like
Deletes them.
any character can have any ability as long as you find it.
I believe some abilities you can't find. Some are just tied to the
there?
character. Because there's some abilities I just never found as a...
I don't think so. I think every ability, every starting ability can spawn at the library.
Ability can, but I don't know about the ultimates.
I think the ultimates too. I'm not too sure. I can't remember. I'm pretty sure they do, but it's just the amount of times that you're gonna run into ultimates is less than the amount of ultimates that there are. So, and each one has a different weight, so you're more likely to get certain ones.
That coin ability is so ridiculous. Just one shot and everything.
Yeah. So if you look at the glitched run on this, it's with this character. Because you can, I'm pretty sure if the coin ability has like one of the highest DPS attacks out of anything, like if you counted it as a gun.
Okay, Okay, that was very fast. So only 2 characters left. Herfjötur or something. I think it means coin hunter.
I just say Herf.
Earth.
So okay, we have space. That's just lower gravity.
So Herfjötur is like my favorite character. So you'll notice that there's no health bar.
Yeah. Wait, what?
So Herfjötur actually uses coins as health. And it changes the way that you play the game a little bit.
Is it? I assume it's 1 hit per coin.
No,
Or
actually. Each hit halves the amount of coins that you have.
Oh, jeez.
So it's kind of brutal.
Yeah, it's and that doesn't scale with the hellish mode. You still take half of your coins each hit. You don't take double damage.
Oh, so he's probably one of the easier hellish characters then.
I wouldn't say so.
Debatable.
Okay, we got the funny item.
I would say.
Way bigger.
Oh yeah, you got Deadeye.
So on console, this is a pretty good item. But
So
on
when-
PC, it's not too advantageous.
When you're talking about AIMBOT,
So is it possible to get more of the Deadeye aim to like?
no. There's no way to make it bigger than what Deadeye does.
That would be so funny to have it just cover the whole screen.
I mean, I'm sure. Well, maybe not. I don't even know. There might be a value in Cheat Engine that you can modify to make it bigger, but it might not make it visually bigger. I don't know. But that would be a fun mod.
So as you can see, this ability launched him in the air, and then you can see a
Yeah,
boss
so
skip we're gonna do.
So we're
soon.
gonna do something in Vanaheim 2. Hopefully you get it, because sometimes it doesn't work.
Okay, we got
but-
glass. That's a very good preset if you're running
Yes.
Hellish.
So glass enemies take double damage,
But you also
and you
do-
actually you take double damage too. Yeah, so you don't want to take a hit, but this is Herfjötur, so he's gonna take the same amount of damage no matter what.
So this preset is extremely good on one-hit characters. Like on my 15 minutes Sangreader run, I believe I got a glass Vanaheim 2. And it saved a bunch of time. So Herfjötur's ability, ultimate, turns every item into coins. So we could like go to the shop, and
Yeah.
if there's nothing we want, we can just turn everything into coins and effectively steal all the items.
Yeah,
Oh,
that-
it's even
that's-
okay.
Yeah,
was wondering.
so the ability just turns anything in the room that I guess it would technically even turn coins into coins, but that doesn't do anything, right? But any item in the room just gets turned into a coin.
So the glass modifier also applies to the boss, so it's super quick. Right now we're on a very fast pace actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are flying by. It's really cool to see like all the differences. Like, you're obviously just going wild with like your aim is really precise, but it's really tight to see like all the differences between how each of the characters played. And I think it was a really cool starting with Goal because she's like pretty average, and then just getting into all the like very weird, Gary with the constant coin spam, even Njord with the hands.
Yeah,
Dead end room. That's rare.
Oh yeah, dead end. Typically, a dead end room is gonna have a mini boss, or maybe not. I don't know if you would call them mini boss, but
I've actually never seen a dead end room like that.
they do occur. It's just
First time seeing it.
yeah, it's just very rare. Normally, a dead end is going to be a special room, like a chest room or challenge room or a mini boss or one of the challenge rooms. But
Okay.
occasionally you'll get a dead end room like that.
Okay, we're gonna try it here. Goodbye.
There she goes!
That's so good.
Yeah, so we're just
So
skip the fight.
I assume that makes the one fight in what is it, Valheim 2, I think, or you just
Valheim.
knock the guy off the edge.
So that was Vanaheim 2. In Helheim 1, which is the second to last, that's the one where the boss will chase you and you can just jump off the edge and jump back on and he'll just fall right off.
Yeah, so I assume that ability just makes it like free.
Well, they, for some reason, or not for some, certain weighs more, I guess, so you can't shoot him off the stage. Yeah. And Golvig, I guess, just doesn't weigh a lot.
Okay, we're gonna grab some coins. We're gonna lose them fast if we take some hits, but
Yeah, you have 98, so that's like what, like 5 hits? 6 hits? No. How many hits is that?
Don't worry, I can't do math either.
it's a certain amount.
9, 10? Yeah, something like that.
Oh, okay. It's actually quite a bit. But there's no iframes in this game, so if you stand close to an enemy that shoots a ton of projectiles, which can happen, they can insta-kill you even if you have like 300 HP.
I was gonna say, how common is it to get, I mean, obviously, like, not with the one-hit characters, but how common is it to get hit on, like, an average run?
Pretty common.
Would, like, on a perfect, quote-unquote, run, would you just take no damage, or does it not matter that much sometimes?
Usually it doesn't matter, but on like one-hit characters, you have to avoid getting hit all the time.
If the character doesn't require you to not take damage, then it doesn't matter all that much.
Oh no.
You're probably more likely to take damage just going as fast as possible.
Like hopping on lava is sometimes faster.
Yeah. There are...
Does that damage you?
Yeah, there are items that you can get that allow you to hop on lava without taking damage. Those items are the armor. It's just called armor. And then cursed steel. And both of those items give you damage reduction. So just the simple trait of having damage reduction allows you to touch lava. I don't know. I think they might also let you touch poison, or maybe not. I don't know.
I think it does let you. I'm not sure.
There's different like environmental things that I don't know if the damage reduction lets you touch them, but the main thing is lava because that's like everywhere.
Yeah, now I'm just trying to like look at where all the hazards are. Because that's something I haven't really paid attention to for the previous few runs.
Yeah,
You can actually move Hugin and the other guy. Oops. It's kind of funny. We can try to get him in the pit if we get a shop in Helheim.
Poor guy.
you
He's
can
just trying
kill
to sell you stuff.
kill Hugin.
Yeah, if we're mean. Or if we're just showcasing the game.
It would have been funny if they pulled like a enter the gungeon, and if you shot at the shopkeep, he just like murder you.
I figured that's genuinely what was going to happen. Before you moved him, I was like, okay, the bird's going to turn around and try to kill him.
They should have done something like that.
Okay, our layout right now is horrible.
Oh yeah. So sometimes you just get a really bad floor layout, and especially in Svartalfheim 2, this is notorious. This is like a notorious floor because everything is so big. Like every room is huge, and so there's a lot of time spent traversing. So this one floor can take your run from being like world record to like not even in the top 10. Of course, Helheim can also do that. Helheim, there's a possibility that you can get a Helheim that is entirely linear with no branches. Well, I mean, the branches would be dead ends, but...
And that would be...
That would be the worst case scenario.
This was a pretty fast run, but now we spent like 4 minutes almost in that level.
Yeah, the last two can be bad.
Make or break, yeah.
Almost spilled my drink again.
Oh no, I hate this room.
Yeah, so this is probably the room that, if you're gonna take damage, this is the most likely room you're gonna take damage in. Because just look at what's going on. You got the fly spawners, and then you also have the, what are those called again? I forget.
Skeleton mage, I think.
Yeah, skeleton mage.
These dead end rooms are quite common in Helheim. So
Yeah, there's also a chance that you can get Draugr spawned with 2 emirs, right?
yeah, but they have significantly less HP.
And I don't remember if the bosses, when they spawn in Helheim like that in the Gauntlet, I don't know if I don't remember. I think they can have modifiers. You just don't know what they are.
Yeah, that's a funny guy. It's the toughest enemy in the game, I think.
But they'll never be like giant, or they'll never be giant, and they'll never be invisible. They'll never. Well, maybe they are always normal. Excuse me. I don't know. But I think they can be crazed. Which crazed is like, it increases their attack speed. The bosses. So if you have a crazed boss, that can be difficult.
This has some good items.
Good items, but like you don't need it. You don't need the map anymore.
See if we can push him off.
He's just a little guy. He's not doing anything. Just hanging.
There you go.
Oh well.
Oh, he landed.
He doesn't want to go.
Shoot underneath him.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
he
it's fine. Just a big, heavy bird. Yeah, what NPR said, it doesn't just work on ramps, it also works on ledges. So if you time your jumps right, you can just fly across the stage, jumping off of like any slanted surface or an edge or ledge, I mean.
So I assume that's kind of where the scroll wheel jump that you're talking about comes in?
Yeah.
Because then you could just like basically first frame jump.
Yeah, so I don't really know how that exploit works. I think it's just like maybe it's the timing of the animation. Like if you jump before the jump animation starts, maybe, I don't really know.
Mm-hmm.
It just like you can do it over and over without actually jumping. Because you can also do it just like staring at the ground and scrolling the wheel up, and you won't move.
Okay. Yeah, because there are a couple other games I run where we b-hop with the scroll wheel. It's like fake b-hopping. You know, it's just first frame jumping when you hit the ground.
Yeah, you can do that. It's just you run the risk of running into that glitch where you just don't jump, and it like locks you in like I guess the state as if you're in the air. So I think that
scroll wheel bunny hopping doesn't work in this game.
Yeah. Okay. So like I think it'll like, I think that's why you build that momentum. Because like even though you're on the ground, the game thinks that you're in the air, and so like if you just keep going off a ledge, that momentum just keeps building up. But you get to a point where you're going so fast, if you hit any little bump, you just fly in the air, and once you actually jump, that glitch just like it goes away, the speed. 16 minutes. That was a
we spent some time showcasing stuff. Okay, so this is the final character now. So as you can see, it's all question marks, and that's because everything is random. You get a random weapon, random health pool, random abilities,
random amount of starting coins, random amount of starting keys.
So let's see what we got here. Okay. So I absolutely hate this weapon, but let's go.
I would reset, just like. So this is one of the worst guns in the game that everybody hates, because it's just like, I don't remember. Actually, I think it does deal more damage than the revolver, but it's like the revolver. You have to reload.
Yeah. God.
The rocket launcher is also like that, but it deals a lot more damage, so it makes up for it. But the revolver and this gun, they don't really make up for it.
It seems like the revolver reloads faster than this gun too.
Okay, that's an upgrade.
Yeah, it seems like that, but they take the same amount of time.
Interesting.
Okay, so we can fly right now, but we got no other abilities.
Yeah.
I assume the infinite ammo is pretty huge though, because now you don't have to reload.
Yeah, it definitely helps with these types of weapons a lot. So like I said, the highest DPS weapon in the game is the energy cannon, which we haven't seen, and even if we saw, he probably wouldn't, or he might pick it up to demonstrate it, but oh, you also got the flight dash. So there's actually something interesting. Each character, not every character, but some characters have special dash abilities. The dash ability is a flight, and then her Fjodor also has a special dash ability. I don't know why, because her Fjodor's coins or health is a different attribute that's just associated with the character, but he also has a different dash for some reason. I don't know why. And I think there's another one. There's like 3 more dash abilities, but those are for challenges. So
if we have some time left, I could just quickly display some of them.
yeah, so we might get into that. And you might, I don't know if you would be able to show the save generator UI and show how that works, but yeah, the save generator, you can use all of those abilities that are in challenges. You can make your run a challenge, but only certain challenges, because some of the challenges don't work, like boss rush. You can't create a save with boss rush. It doesn't work.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab this. This item makes us very fast, and yeah. You might think that's good, but it's kind of a hindrance because you go so fast.
Yeah,
now we have so much health that it doesn't really matter.
One thing that sucks about this run, is he didn't start with any abilities, so
maybe we should stop by the library.
yeah. If you get a. Oh, by the way, the library works. So the way the library works is it alternates each pair of floors. So you have Asgard, Vanaheim, Svartalfheim, and Helheim. Helheim cannot spawn libraries or armories, but all the other ones they can, but they alternate and it's random. So if you see library in Asgard 1, then Asgard 2 is going to have an armory instead of a library, and vice versa. So, but it works on the pairs.
Okay, so right now we got the Haunted Revolver, one of the most powerful weapons, like on its own. I'm gonna not pick up the Battle Lion.
Yeah.
The only drawback is the range. It's pretty poor. I'm gonna.
Yeah. So he got the Giant Slayer boots. Those are really good, but sometimes it's not beneficial to get that early on. It depends. So I think right now he's choosing not to get it because the items that he has right now are sufficient.
Yeah, the boots give me range, so I'm gonna.
Yeah.
Okay, this is
the quest. Quest is okay. It's like a downgrade of the Midgard bracelet or Loki's bargain. Basically, you can get stats every level, sort of. It's not every level. It's like after 5.
Every 12 rooms you get
12 rooms. Yeah.
Man, that
Every 12
infinite ammo
rooms.
is wild.
Yeah, so what the quest does, it gives 1 to every stat, and it gives you a health regen for the rest of the level. So it's pretty neat.
Yeah. I still think Midgard is better. There's a funny thing with Midgard bracelet. If you lose your health and you only have what is it, 25 health, right? And you go to the next level, you can spawn with 0 health, I think, right? There's some weird quirk with it where you can have 0 health.
That's a golden gun? No.
Oh. So there's a variant of the pistol that's gold. Just the gold pistol. And it deals a ton of damage, but it has shorter range. But it's really good. It is one of the better weapons in the game, obviously. But it's super rare. It's like I forget. I don't remember what the chances of it are, but it's like 1,000 times rarer than like the pistol.
That's ridiculous.
And I say 1,000 times. Every item is always in the item pool. You will always see it if you cycle through enough items at some point in the run. But for the armory, there's not enough times that the armory appears that you will see every single item, because each of those pedestals in the armory has its own item pool. And each of those item pools has a certain like amount of weapons.
Oh yeah, and
So-
shoutouts to Grassler for telling the mods to put the golden gun in the game.
The devs, yeah.
He was like, hey, put this in.
Yeah, so Graslu is like a big GoldenEye guy. He's like really big in the GoldenEye community.
Yeah, I was gonna say that makes sense. It's from GoldenEye.
Yeah, so
How did they determine enemy density per room? Because it seems like some rooms are like pretty big and have like 2 enemies, and then others like that one just before had like
I think it's
like
just
50
random.
enemies or something.
I think it's just random.
It's based
There
on
is-
difficulty, but
Yeah, it is based on difficulty. On easy, you'll have lower enemy density, but it's hard to notice what exactly the difference is. But you definitely do have more enemies in hard. But the difference between hard and hellish, I don't think there is a difference. The only difference is just that enemies have more health and they deal more damage to you.
okay, we got the classical Svartfallheim 2 layout.
Yeah, this is gonna be a long
Yeah,
run.
I got the quest. We probably don't need any items, so
So, a lot of people in the BPM community also really like Metal Hellsinger. I think both games have their appeal to different audiences because they're just different games. I mean, they play similarly. They're both rhythm FPS games, but
if you're more about the music, then Hellsinger is probably for you.
yeah, like personally, I'm trying to finish Metal Hellsinger. I'm just having a hard time getting through it. But I also have the same problem with Doom 2016. It's pretty difficult for me to play that game. It's not that it's a bad game. I don't know. It just doesn't lend itself well to me personally.
The thing with Metal Hellsinger is it makes you feel like you're part of the music, which BPM really fails at. But it's up to you if that's your thing.
I do really like the music in Metal Hellsinger though. It's really great.
Yeah, it's great.
The soundtrack in Metal Hellsinger cranks so hard. But I think this game, I think one of the things this game does really well is like
I think the rogue-like aspect of it lends itself really well, especially because like you don't really get tired of listening to the songs for every level because you're constantly you know mixing up what you're doing within the levels.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, I think one of the things for me with like Doom and Metal Hellsinger is the cheesy story. They lean
Absolutely.
very heavy into the story doesn't matter, but it has to exist mantra of like game dev.
Come on.
Yeah, this story for Metal Hellsinger is so funny. I love it a lot.
Oh well.
I think they could have gone even goofier because I feel like it takes itself a little bit too seriously. And they should have gone like
Just way over the top.
what's that one with Jack Black?
Brutal Legend.
Brutal Legend. I think they should have gone like that ridiculous with the story in it.
Okay, get ready for a time split. Timer. Or do I just... do we have a lot of time left?
So
About
time?
8 minutes on. Yeah, that's
Okay,
time.
This is time.
Technically, the timer stops at the very second that you kill Needhog. But yeah,
Nice. Man, this game is so sick.
so all of the music is original by the two composers here, Sam Houghton and Joe Colson.
Yeah.
And
So if people want to like get into running this, you know, what would be the best place to start?
Just try to play the game, and
yeah,
if you feel like speedrunning is for you, if you're getting like a feel out of it, then just try it.
definitely
Someone
recommend going to the Discord, especially if you're gonna submit a run. Ask us about the rules if you have any questions. There's a lot of rules, and some of them are confusing. If you run on console, some of the rules don't apply to console. So we do lock the frame rate, but that doesn't apply for console. We do accept every single console, every platform that this game is on. They just launched on Switch recently. So we are accepting Nintendo Switch runs. Yeah. So, and yeah, the studio is just, is it just two developers? One developer? And they did reuse assets on the game. Was it Paragon assets, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
So, but they put it together and created something original, something new. And I believe this is the first rhythm FPS game, like ever.
Yeah, pretty sure. Okay, do we have some time left? You quickly
Yeah.
showcase some stuff.
We got a
Well, I got
couple minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, this is the retro run, and you'll see in a sec. It's kind of funny. So yeah.
Oh my god.
Imagine doing the entire run like this.
Oh.
And you like start with full speed stats in this.
Does the
So
I have to ask, does the icon on the shift the dash, does that change based on how much you get hurt?
I don't think so.
because that would be really funny.
I think it's just they just switched out the icon with the pixelated version of Freyr's face, I guess.
Yeah.
Freyr.
That's really funny.
Oh, and fun fact, Freyr's voice actor is the developer of the game, Josh. What's his name? Oh my god. Forgot his name.
Or something.
Man, the max speed is so fast in this
Okay, I'm
game.
just gonna complete the floor and do that before anyone gets sick. Okay, I'm just trying to find the last guy.
Oh my god, it's gonna kill me. What's his last name?
Collinson?
Oh, no, is it?
No, I don't know.
No, that was. Well, anyway, my name's Josh too, so it's always funny when I see people saying Josh, and I'm like,
But clearly you voiced the game.
like I know his name is Josh too, but it's like it confuses me because I don't think about that right away. It's just a good name, I guess.
Okay, so that's a retro run.
Do you want to show them?
Oops.
We've probably got time for about one more thing, because
Do I have time to do a boss rush?
I would say just do super time because that's another. It has a special icon.
Yeah, so super time. I really don't like this one. It
Super
just
super
makes me
time's weird.
sick. Makes you like move.
Yeah.
And
oh, is this like super hot?
No, because you're always gonna move, no matter what. Like, it's just that in between beats, everything sort of pauses. So it's really
just
weird.
interpolating really fast. That's kind of
Yeah.
So this is very like, how to say, yucky to play, as it looks.
But yeah, you can see it has a clock icon in the.
I've heard people say that sometimes FPSs get the motion sickness, and I never understood it until right this moment.
Oh man, FPSs do give me motion sickness, but what fixes it for me is if I crank the FOV all the way up.
Yeah, this game has a very high FOV slider, but I keep it at the mild 100.
Yeah, you can put the FOV to 140, right?
I think it's 120. I don't know.
It's
I suppose I can check.
140. It's well over 120 for sure.
Yeah, 145.
145, yeah. So I actually have a 42-inch TV as my monitor, so having it that high doesn't look small. It looks normal to me.
Oh no. Okay, let's not do that.
All right. Yeah. That was Giant Champion cloned. Oh my god.
That sounds yeah.
Yeah, so Champion is like double HP, and then Giant is also double HP, I think.
Yeah,
So, or something like that. So that's like the most health that the bosses can have.
So yeah, check out the Discord, check out the speedrun.com page. It'd be the best places to start if you want to get into this.
And we'll help you out. We'll give you tips, and we don't want to discourage people from submitting runs, even though there's a lot of rules. They're very easy to follow.
yeah.
All right.
So thanks for having us.
Of course, yeah. Thank you both for coming on.
Yeah, it was a pleasure.
Yeah, excellent to see. So, thank you once again to Fantasy and Chipset for coming on, showing off a BPM bullets per minute showcase. Thank you to Crimson Blooded Ruby earlier for taking on a Metal Hellsinger run with basically no preparation. Thanks to one of the runners had some internet problems, but it's okay. We'll bring him back. And thank you to everybody who stopped by and watched. I know we had a little bit of a longer break between this and random number generation, but thank you to everyone who stuck around. A couple quick announcements before we head off. If you want to follow what Games Done Quick is up to, ! links in Twitch chat for all things GDQ. This weekend, we have King of the Silent Hill, which is a series of Silent Hill races starting at 4 p.m. on Saturday, and also 4 p.m. Eastern on Saturday. And we'll also have the Captain Toad Anniversary Special at 1 p.m. Eastern on Sunday. And then tomorrow, we've got Mercy Kill, followed by Never Before Seen, all at 7 p.m. Eastern. So we'll see you then. I'm Emerlin. This has been AIMBOT, and we'll see y'all next time.